Hello everyone, I'm Suhana Marchand and welcome to a CBC News special broadcast. Today, the world says goodbye to Nelson Mandela, activist, prisoner, president, a man who, with outstanding courage and conviction, changed South Africa and inspired the world. We've got live coverage for you of that funeral, which right now the procession with the casket continues to make its way to the marquee. And there is a military procession leading that casket. It is on a gun carriage. And as they make their way to a white tent, which you will see in the distance, that is the marquee where the funeral service will take place. This is day 10 of the final mourning period when Mr. Mandela will be laid to rest. The casket you're looking at right now, containing the body of Nelson Mandela, was in his bedroom of his house there in the village of Kunu in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. The village where Nelson Mandela grew up, where when he was a young boy he herded sheep, where he had hoped to spend his final months, but as you know, he was in hospital in Pretoria and then at his home in Johannesburg. He made this trip to Kunu yesterday. The casket was in his bedroom of his home, overlooking the hills of Kunu, the grave site where he will eventually be buried in a few hours. And right now you can see that white, or just a moment ago, you could see that white tent, the big marquee. Underneath it, 4,500 guests who will be part of this funeral, including from the United Kingdom, Prince Charles, from the United States, Reverend Jesse Jackson, also talk show host Oprah Winfrey, multi-billionaire Richard Branson, who considered himself a friend of Nelson Mandela, also there waiting under the marquee. And here in studio, the Consul General of the Republic of South Africa in Canada will join me to walk us through some of what we are about to see. Tselani Mokoene, welcome to you. I know I would like to know first off, the blanket that you're wearing, that represents what?
It's a Basotho blanket. It's called Siana Marena, and women wear it to funerals.
As you watch this casket today being taken to the marquee where the funeral service, the formal service, will commence, what is in your heart?
It signifies an era past, a final moment. Madiba is gone, because that's what a casket represents finality.
In his book, The Long Walk to Freedom, he talked about continuing to fight, to take that long walk. Now that it has ended, I suppose the inspiration that he leaves behind will continue.
It definitely will, Suhana. It lives in us. It will live in our children. It has lived in the comrades and compatriots in South Africa. It's woven in his legacy. And that's the legacy that we should uphold. We should continue to fight the fight. We are not over yet with the fight against poverty, under deprivation. The vestiges of apartheid have been very deeply rooted, so we have to continue.
This casket continues to make its way to that marquee with a military procession. This is a state funeral, so there will be military pomp and circumstance. The President, Jacob Zuma of South Africa, will be speaking, and those guests gathered under that tent have been waiting for this moment. They had to be seated. It was closed off at 7:30 local time, and that funeral will begin at 8 o'clock local time. Family members are there. Madiba's wife, Graça Machel, who he leaves behind, his daughters, his second wife, Winnie Mandela, will also be there. They were at the F&B Stadium, the memorial service there. We'll listen in live as Kunu, the village in the Eastern Cape where Nelson Mandela grew up, welcomes him back home for a burial. And the casket of Nelson Mandela arriving there at the marquee where the funeral service will begin very shortly. 4,500 guests under a big white tent waiting to begin that service. We will hear the South African national anthem. We will hear an obituary read. We will hear benedictions from those who are there. And we will hear from Nelson Mandela's family as well. Joining me here in studio is the Consul General for South Africa to Canada, Tselani Mokoene. And I want to welcome you, ma'am, to the live broadcast here on CBC News. We watched as the South African National Guard led that procession of the casket to the marquee where the service will begin. Very, very tight security. What can you tell me about that?
Suhana, it has to be tight. We have a good number of heads of state coming from all over. We have Prince Charles. We have representatives from various countries like Jesse Jackson and very
King
many
of Lesotho is
dignitaries.
there.
We have the president of Malawi. We have the president of Tanzania. We have many other dignitaries from different countries, like the vice president of Nicaragua. We have former prime minister from Norway. We have.
Are these people? Are these people who had a connection to Nelson Mandela?
Remember that Nelson Mandela was a man of great humor, great friendships, but he also never would cast anybody away. So even those that did not quite have a deep connection to him would still be able to go to the funeral because they want to pay their last respects.
And right now, Tselani, the casket which we saw on that gun carriage coming from Nelson Mandela's home there in the village of Kunu to that marquee site where the formal funeral will begin. The pallbearers taking that casket draped in the South African flag, the rainbow flag, into that marquee where the funeral will begin. And as our guest, Salani Mokwene, who is the Consul General for South Africa here in Canada, mentioned, there are many dignitaries. She mentioned His Royal Highness Prince Charles. Also there is talk show host Oprah Winfrey, who was invited to this. There are members, of course, of the Mandela family, including Graça Machel, Winnie Mandela, his second wife, his daughters, who are still living.
Thank you very much. May we be seated. Before I call on the national anthem, I just want to make a couple of remarks by way of opening this, our final opportunity to satisfy all formalities required by the agreed program of our first fully fledged state funeral. This morning, we cast our eye collectively back on an unprecedented week of outpouring of rivers of tears and emotion about the son of this humble community, the young man who left Mvezo 7 decades ago, grew into a mighty leader who was to lead, together with his generation of ANC leaders, our country out of bondage into the free South Africa we enjoy today. He leaves us with a new constitution, a set of laws, institutions, policies, a developing human rights ethos, a developing culture of transparency, mutual respect, and democracy. That's the testimony of the leadership of our leader who lies here today. I will now like the combined choirs to lead us in the national anthem. Seated. I now call upon Reverend V. Nyobole, who is the General Secretary of the Conference of the Methodist Church. The Methodist Church was the spiritual home of our late leader, Comrade Nelson Mandela. Fundisi.
Ngosi wabalikhaya kwesizukulwana ngesizukulwana zingekazalwa intaba ungekadala umhlaba wahlala wena unguThixo uyakuhlala unguThixo kude kube nginaphakade. We sing together the hymn that nurtured uTata uMandela. This hymn was the favorite hymn of his mother. It's hymn 14 in the Methodist hymnal. Thixo akunangqaleko, Thixo akunangqibeko, ukho endaweni zonke, ukho ngamaxesha onke. The choir will lead us.
If you're just joining us here on CBC News Network, we are carrying live the funeral for Nelson Mandela, a man referred to by so many names, Tata, Madiba, inspiring the world with his work to end apartheid in South Africa. Right now, there's a choir at the Marquee in Kunu, the village where Nelson Mandela grew up, and there are 4,500 guests who are there to pay their final respects. It's been a mourning period of 10 days. This is the final day. His wife, Graça Michelle, and family members there. We will listen in live.
Eternal God, in your infinite love for women and men, you incarnated yourself in Christ and revealed your nature and your purpose to us. In your infinite love for poor and wealthy, you laid aside your glory and walked amongst us as one of us. In your infinite love for every race and tribe and nation, you brought a new world into being and taught us to live as citizens of God's reign. But you have not stopped incarnating yourself. You still reveal yourself and your reign of love and justice to all who will see, and to all who open their hearts and lives to you. We praise and thank you, O God, for the people through whom you reveal yourself still, for those who give themselves to build a world based on the values of your reign, of love, justice, and reconciliation. Today, especially, we celebrate the little incarnation that was Nelson Mandela, who gave his life for the sake of justice and freedom, who lived the world healing practices of forgiveness, inclusivity, compassion, and integrity. We praise and thank you, O God, for Tatu Nelson Mandela, for his faithfulness to your call, his example of justice, peace, and reconciliation, and his courage to endure suffering, rejection, and persecution for the sake of others. We offer this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. We listen to God as he speaks to us through the book, the Gospel according to St. Matthew, chapter 25. We read from verse 14 to verse 30. It's a parable of the talents. Again, it will be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted his property to them. To one he gave 5 talents of money, to another 2 talents, and to another 1 talent, even according to his ability. Then he went on his journey. The man who had received the 5 talents went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 more. So also the one with 2 talents gained 2 more. But the one who had received 1 talent went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money. After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. The man who received 5 talents brought the 5 and said, "Master, you entrusted me with 5 talents. See, I have gained 5 more." His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." The man with the 2 talents also came. "Master," he said, "you entrusted me with 2 talents. See, I have gained 2 more." His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." Then the man who had received the 1 talent, "Master," he said, "I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown, and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your talent in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you." His master replied, "You wicked, lazy servant. So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on the deposit with the bankers, so that when I returned, I would have received it back with interest. Take the talent from him and give it to the one who has the 10 talents. For everyone who has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken from him. And throw that worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." This is the word of God, and so thanks be to God. Amen.
No effort has been spared in trying to ensure that this funeral service reflects as much of what Tata was, what he associated himself with, what he loved, and what he would have liked to see this morning. As you know, already we have sung 2 songs that were sung at the birth of his organization, the African National Congress. We have sung the national anthem, we have sung Liza Lisidinga. Umfundisi waseweseli sesiphile ilizwi lokuvula lenkonzo ibaluleke kakhulu, ikakhulu kuba isenzeka kule ndawo yokuzalwa kwakhe uTata. Ngoku sizawucela ukuba kudlalwe itape eneculo eliculwa ngabantwana. uTata siyamazi wayebathanda kangakanani abantwana. So we will now listen to the tape recorded by children who were so much part of his soul, especially in his last days when he could spend more time with them. Wongani.
CBC Television. I want to welcome you. We are covering the funeral for Nelson Mandela live. This is happening in Kunu in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. Right now, a children's choir with a song for Nelson Mandela because he loved children.
Let's give the children a round of applause. Behind me, there are 95 candles that were lit early this morning around 5 o'clock. They represent the years of Madiba's life. This is an honor to him to remember the years he was on earth, and more especially the contribution that he made to our country. We are meant to be laying him to rest at 12 midday in terms of the traditions and practices in this part of our country in Kunu. A person of his stature is meant to be laid to rest when the sun is at its highest, when the shadow is at its shortest. So we will try to direct the program that we do finish in time to be out of here at the latest by 10:30, so that those who are proceeding to the burial site can do so. For the past 9 days, and this is the 10th day, many of us have been engaged with the memory of Madiba, what he has meant to us, what he has meant to our country, and what he has meant to the world. There's been outpouring love and affection to Madiba. There's been celebration. There's been mourning as well. But many of us have also had moments to reflect and to have some seconds of introspection. And in all this, many of us, and indeed many people around the world, have been remembering their own Madiba moments, the times that they either met him, the times they encountered him either visually or in other ways, and the times that they got to think about him. So each one of us, indeed millions of people around the world, have had their own Madiba moment. Today we come to lay him to rest, and we lay to rest what President Zuma described as South Africa's greatest son. And I think all of us will agree that indeed today the person who lies here is South Africa's greatest son. And would like to welcome all of you who are here and all who are watching these proceedings for being part of this process, and indeed for being part of Madiba's life. And amongst all of us who are paying homage to him is the President of the Republic of South Africa as the first citizen who is here, Mama Grasa, Machel, and the Mandela family. Mama Winnie Mandela is also here. And we also want to acknowledge Mam Kumalo, Mam Gema, and Mam Tuli, and the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Kgalema Motlanthe, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki, and the former Deputy President, Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, who is also here. And we also acknowledge the presence of cabinet ministers who are here, members of the National Executive Committee of the ruling party, the African National Congress, the traditional leaders who are also here, religious leaders are also here, the Chief Justice and members of the judiciary, the Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker, and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the premiers, heads of the security forces in our country, the leaders of the opposition and other leaders of opposition parties, members of the Tripartite Alliance as part of the ruling party, the South African Communist Party, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, as well as the leaders of SANCO. We also recognize veterans of our struggle who are here, leaders of the trade union movement, President of COSATUS, Jumo, who is here, and the leader of the SACP, late Zemande, and leaders of business. We also have amongst us people who have traveled far and afield from various parts of the world who have come to lay Madiba to rest. We've got His Majesty the King of Lesotho, King Lesia III. We've got His Excellency President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the President of Tanzania. We've got Her Excellency the President Joyce Hilda Banda, the President of Malawi. We've got His Excellency the Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We've got the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, His Excellency Prime Minister Denzel Douglas. We've got the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. We've got His Royal Highness Prince Albert of Monaco. We've got His Royal Highness Prince Charles of the United Kingdom. And we've got also former heads of government and state who are here. His Excellency former President Kenneth Kaunda is also here. His Excellency former Vice President of Nigeria, Abubakar Atiku. We've got former Prime Ministers of France, Mr. Lionel Jospin, as well as His Excellency former Prime Minister Alain Juppé. From the Kingdom of Norway, we've got His Excellency former Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg. And from Zimbabwe, we've got His Excellency former Prime Minister Morgan Tsvangirai. We've also got deputy heads of state and government. From Zambia, we've got His Excellency Vice President Dr. Guy Scott, who's here with us. And we've got a number of other heads of international organizations who we shall name in a little while. And without much ado, would now like to move on with our program and ask a representative of the family to come up to stage, Chief Ngangumhlaba Matanzima, to come and address us as the choir renders an item. Chief Ngangumhlaba Matanzima will come up to the podium.
ndiyabulela kakhulu umphathi nkonzo nganga nentsiba zayo usapho lwakowethu kwaMandela nezihlobo nezalamane. Namhlanje ndicinga uba sithetha okokugqibela phezu komzimba kaDalibunga. Siyakuthi ke sonke thina singamadoda akugqiba ubekwa edlakeni lakhe sikhahlele simbulise okokugqibela ukuba singasoze siphinde simkhahlele. Siyakuyenza loo nto emangcwabeni. uDalibunga into kamphakanyiswa kaMandela kaNgubengcuka kaNdaba uNdaba enyamakazi kaZondwa kaTato kaMadiba kaHala into kaDlomo kaNxeko kaMgudi kaNtande kaToyi kaCeduma kaDunakazi into kaBhomoyi kaThembu ngumthembu obhuzubuzu uNontsendwane omaqathalukhulu ongemXhosa kodwa ngumthembu ethetha isiXhosa. uMandela ngunyana omkhulu wasexhibeni likaNgubengcuka, uNgubengcuka ikumkani enkulu yabaThembu. Kuba kwindlu enkulu ezele umthirhaka waze kunene wazala umnqanqeni. Ngokwendalo kaSomandla izindlu zasebukhosini inye kuzo inomsebenzi ongowayo ongenakwenziwa yenye indlu. Umsebenzi weqhiba kukuhlanganisa wakhe imvisiswano nomanyano phakathi kwezindlu ezimbini, indlu enkulu neyasekunene. Khangela ke umzila oshiywa nguDalibunga uthelekise nale ndlu ndithi uphuma kuyo. Izinto ezithethiweyo ususela mhla wawa andingeziphindi kuba azukuthi uze zivakale zibe zizawuphindwa namhlanje. Kodwa ndiyafuna ukuthi egameni losapho nesizwe sonke sikaThembu akwaba mongameli, abantu boMzantsi Afrika, umbutho we-ANC, isizwe sabaThembu nosapho lukaMandela bangathabatha umzekelo kwiintetho ezithethiweyo ezitolika amagalelo namasukandihlala kaDalibunga ukuze lilizwe limanyane. Ndiyafuna mongameli ukuthi ndingekahlali phantsi into esiyibonileyo kwesa stadium saseRhawutini ngoLwesibini ayingeziphinde ibekho.
We are listening to the chief of the Thembu clan there in Kunu, the village of Kunu in the Eastern Cape, where Nelson Mandela will be buried, giving a tribute to the man they called Madiba and Tata in South Africa. I'm here in studio with Tselane Mokoena. She is the Consul General of South Africa here in Canada. And just viewers who are tuning in, Tselane, listening to the chief in his Xhosa language, can you give us a summary of what he's been saying, the tribute he's been paying to Nelson Mandela? And we can go back live as you walk us through it.
So in keeping with the Xhosa tradition, when a person of Madiba stature is about to be laid down, the clansmen or the eldest of the clan will speak and recount.
Asemphefumulweni angena kuthungwa ngaphandle bathungwe ngusomandla kubekho abantu
where the clan comes from.
ngenxa
He was the eldest of
yempumelelo
the
yemizamo
Tembe clan,
yakhe
Mandela,
abathi
and
bagqolote
as such he had
bafekethe
certain
badlale
responsibilities and he had to
bahlekise
fulfill those
ngobuntu
responsibilities.
bethu phakathi
And he goes
kwezizwe
on to praise him
ezingabo
and explain from which home he was born. There was a smaller home, there was a bigger home, and he came from the bigger home.
He lived in the village of Kunu with his mother. There were 3 huts. They were mud huts with a thatched roof. Is where he spent his childhood, herding sheep in this part of the world. And this was where Nelson Mandela wanted to come back, where he wanted to come be laid to rest. There is a family graveyard on that property, is there not?
I don't know if there's a family graveyard. It could be because he's from. It could be because he's from the royalty.
Yes.
However, Mandela family was a very welcoming and open family. I don't know if Mandela would want to be separated from the people, even at his burial.
I know there was some discussion as to, or some anger, I suppose, over the village, the people who live in the village, and there are only about 200 of them, not being part of this funeral service, that those who had lined the streets from Mtata as he made his way, as the casket made its way in the hearse to Kunu, were suggesting that they should be allowed into the funeral as well, because in this tradition, in this culture, nobody is given an invite because everybody is welcome.
Yes.
However, as you mentioned earlier, there are dignitaries here among these 4,500 people who are here for the funeral of Nelson Mandela. Security is very tight, so there was a limit put on who would be there.
Yeah.
We saw pictures of Prince Charles from the United Kingdom. We saw Oprah Winfrey. We saw billionaire Richard Branson. And you saw members of the government and the ANC there as well.
I did. However, there are about 4,000 people that were expected at the funeral, and 1,000 was allocated for Eastern Cape. That's where Mandela comes from. And 600 of those are supposed to be allocated to the villagers. So I don't know if the village was not accommodated or not, but remember that everybody would want to bury Mandela, even those that don't necessarily come from that village.
Yes.
And those might be the ones that are being interviewed. But they were allocated 600 from that village out of the 1,000.
This is the chief of the Tembu clan in Kunu at the funeral service for Nelson Mandela, where you can see behind the chief there are 95 candles burning, of course representing 95 years of Mandela's life. We'll continue to listen in.
ngendlela othe wamsingatha ngayo umntwana enkosi ngelixesha lokuphuka kwempilo yakhe kude kuzokufika kweli xesha lokuwa kwakhe side nanamhlanje sibe sihlangene apha siyabulela bantu bakowethu macala omabini amadoda namankazana. Ndiyafuna ukulenza ilizwi lombulelo mongameli kuwe ngesiqu norhulumente omkhokeleyo ngenkonzo enisenzele yona kule ngangalala engatshonelwanga umalamba edlile ithole lomthembu nimgcinile kakuhle njengorhulumente ngamaxesha onke ekufuneka encediwe nosapho lwakhe kude kwalapha niwuzondelele lo msebenzi obekwe emagxeni enu ngumthetho weli lizwe. Siyabulela kakhulu urhulumente weRepublic. Ngeliphethayo andingehlali phansi ndingatshongo ukuthi usapho lwakwamase emaqwathini eNgcobo elathi lasinika intombi yalo uba izoba yinkosikazi yakowethu isendela kweli duna lakowethu Siyalibulela kuba kwimihla yonke siselusizini luba nathi nanamhlanje oku lunathi. Loo ntombi yasishiya nabantwana ekukho phakathi kwabo intombi ekukuphela kwayo umakaziwe. Siyabulela kakhulu kolo sapho lakwaMasi. Sibulela usapho lokwaMadikizela olwavumayo nenzwakazi iyalo uba izowukhonza kweli khaya lakuthi yaze loo nzwakazi yasizalela abantwana ekukho phakathi kwabo iintombi ezimbini. Siyabulela kakhulu kusapho lokwaNgutyana, loo ntombi yalenza elayo igalelo ngexesha eyayikho ngalo phakathi komzi kaDlomo. Enkosi kakhulu Ngutyana. Ndigqibele ubulela usapho lwakwaMashele ngokuvuma into yobana inkosikazi yalo izokukhonza kweli khaya lakwaDlomo. Umama uGracia noSizwe Mandela, umsebenzi awenzileyo ngentsuku neminyaka yokugqibela kukaMadiba kuyathandabuzeka uba enye intombi ibiyawufikelela kwelo khabathiso. Enkosi kakhulu, siyabulela. Befundisi, uSomandla ukho unithumile. Inkwenkwe ebuya nemfuyo yonke imihla iphelele, uyise akayibuleli. Koko ngomhla ofanelekileyo inikwa ixabiso layo, kusaziwa into yobana kukho imfuyo epheleleyo nje, ityebile nje ngumsebenzi wayo. Naniko nithumileyo ngemihla yenu uya kunibulela emazulwini. Ndingalibazisanga mphathi nkonzo, yafuna ukuthi
We just saw there the grandson of Nelson Mandela, of course, one of the many family members at this funeral service for Nelson Mandela, the final day of a 10-day period of mourning. The chief of the Tembu clan right now paying tribute to Nelson Mandela. And in studio with me as we watch this unfold in the village of Kunu is Tsalani Mokoena. She is a Consul General of South Africa in Canada and has been walking us through some of the Xhosa tribute that we've been hearing. Right now, Tsalani, the chief was thanking Graça Machel, and we saw a picture of the wife he leaves behind, thanking her and her family for doing what?
The chief was thanking Graça and her family for having been there for Madiba all this time and staying by his side this whole time until the end.
And this, of course, is the end. Nelson Mandela will be buried today, and you just saw a picture of his casket with the South African flag draped there at the funeral service. We will listen in.
We proceed to acknowledge the presence of a number of other people amongst us. We've got other people who are heading delegations from other countries. The Vice President of the Senate of Haiti, Mr. Rich Andres, is here. His Excellency President Ahmed Mohamed Mahmoud of the Republic of Somalia is also here. Sir Isaac Vivian Richards, the High Commissioner, Dr. Carl Roberts of Antigua Barbados, the Minister of International Affairs, Mr. Jose Serrano from Ecuador, the Commonwealth of Dominica, High Commissioner Francine Barron, High Commissioner Perla Bedomo of Belize, Ambassador Veladares Molina of Guatemala, the UK, Guatemala, Ambassador Marajevic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Mr. Yasushi Naito from Japan is also here. He's advisor to the DG. And we've got some eminent persons who we would like to recognize as well. Her Excellency, former First Lady of Tanzania, Mrs. Nyerere, is here. And Mrs. Vicky Swai, who is a Chama cha Mapinduzi cadre from Tanzania, is also here. We've got the Reverend Jesse Jackson from the United States, is here. We've got Jerry Adams, the leader of Sinn Féin from Northern Ireland. We've got Madiba's friend, Winfrey, Oprah Winfrey, who is also here. And we will continue acknowledging other people who are also present here. Madiba is going home, and his ideas will continue to inspire us. We're now going to call upon one of his longest living friends, Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, who lived with him for a number of years, both in prison and before they went to prison. Comrade Ahmed Kathrada was in jail with Comrade Madiba in Robben Island, and he says the person who plays him in the Mandela movie says that Ahmed Kathrada, as he's walking up the stage, served 26 years of a life sentence, and Madiba served 27 years. And he says he got a discount of 1 year. So here is a man who got a discount on a 20-year long prison sentence. He's going to tell us about Madiba and Madiba's life. Comrade Ahmed Kathrada, please come and address us.
Program Director, Mrs. Gracia Michelle, Mrs. Winnie Mandela, the entire Mandela family, our President Zuma, Deputy President Kalima, honorable dignitaries, former President Thabo Mbeki.
You may want to speak up a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Speak up a little bit.
Yeah. The last time I saw Madiba alive is when I visited him in hospital. I was filled with an overwhelming mixture of sadness, emotion, and pride. He tightly held my hand. It was profoundly heartbreaking, and it brought all emotions in me. And my mind automatically flashed back to the picture of the man under whom I grew up. How I wished I'd never had to confront what I saw. I first met him 67 years ago, and I recalled the tall, healthy, strong man, the boxer, the prisoner who easily wielded the pick and shovel when we couldn't do so. The prisoner who vigorously exercised every morning before we were unlocked. What I saw in hospital was a man helpless and reduced to a shadow of himself. And now the inevitable has happened. He has left us to join the A team of the ANC. The ANC in which he cut his political teeth, and the ANC for whose non-racial, non-sexist policy he sacrificed his whole life, and for which he was prepared to die. He has joined the A team of Chief Luthuli, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Governor Mbeki, Raymond Mhlaba, Yusuf Dadu, Jack Simons, Moses Kutani, Bram Fisher, Monty Niker, J.B. Marks, Helen Joseph, Ruth First, Professor Matthews, Bayes Nodia, Joe Slovo, Lillian Ngoy, Masa Sulu, Michael Harmon. In addition to the ANC ACE team, Madiba also joins leaders and members of other organizations outside the ANC. Helen Suzman, Steve Biko, Alan Payton, Robert Sobukwe, Sissy Gould, Benny Keys, Neville Alexander, Zep Mutuping, and many others. We are a country that has been blessed by many great and remarkable men and women, all of whom have played a critical role in the liberation of our country. We have been blessed by the contribution of the many different movements and formations, both inside and outside the country, who stood by us in the dark days of apartheid. We have been blessed by a struggle that actively involved the masses of the people in our country. We have been blessed by the ANC that under its collective leadership rose to the forefront in our struggle for freedom, proclaiming proudly, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. For all this and more, we are deeply grateful to Madiba. We are deeply grateful that today we live in a lively democracy. We are deeply grateful that dignity has been restored to all South Africans. We are deeply grateful that the lives of tens of thousands of people have and continue to be improving. We are deeply grateful for a constitution that encompasses all that is good in us, and a constitution and court that protects our hard-won freedom. We are deeply grateful to the Chapter 9 institutions which jealously guards our constitutional democracy. Finally, we are grateful to each and every one of us, whether we are black, white, colored, Indian, who can proudly call ourselves proudly South Africans. Mindful of our gains, we nevertheless know that we have a long road ahead. There's poverty, there's hunger, there's disease, education, many, many things that still are challenges that before us. Finally, Comrade President, I wish to address myself to Madiba, or to Mandela, as he and I called each other. He was not, I don't consider him to my friend. He was my elder brother. What do we say to you, Mandela, in these days, the last final moments together before you exit the public stage? Mandela, your abundant reserves of love, simplicity, honesty, service, humility, care, courage, foresight, patience, tolerance, equality, justice, continually served as a source of enormous strength to many millions of people in South Africa and the world. You symbolize today, Mandela, and always will, qualities of a collective leadership, reconciliation, unity, forgiveness, nation building, and a non-racial, non-sexist South Africa. In this spirit, you exemplified your life. It is up to the present generation and generations to come to take up the cudgels where you have left. It is up to them to face all the challenges that South Africa faces today, which I will not name. In all these challenges, we will be guided continuously by your wisdom and by your actions. Today, mingled with our grief is the enormous pride that one of our own has during his lifetime and now in your death united the people of South Africa and the entire world on a scale never before experienced in history. Remarkably, in these few last days, the masses of our people from whatever walk of life have demonstrated how very connected they feel to you and how the story of your life is their story and how their story is yours. Mandela, you have captured this relationship beautifully on the occasion of the death of our father, Comrade Walter Sisulu. Quote, "We share the joy of the living and the pain. Together we shared ideas, forged common commitments. We walked side by side through the valley of death, nursing each other's bruises, holding each other up when our steps faltered. Together we savored the taste of freedom," unquote. To Mrs. Gracia, members of the Mandela family, our love and respect and support go out to you. And we wish there was a way that could ease your grief and pain. These last few months have been particularly hard, and we trust that in these ensuing weeks and months, you will be able to find the rest and peace you so much deserve. We mourn with you and wish you strength at this time of need. Mandela, we may be drowned in fear, in sorrow and grief. We must be proud and grateful that after the long walk paved with obstacles and suffering, we can salute you as a fighter for freedom in the end. Farewell, my dear brother, my mentor, my leader. With all the energy and determination of our command, we pledge to join the people of South Africa to perpetuate your ideals. When Walter died, I lost a father, and now I have lost a brother. My life is in a void, and I don't know who to turn to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What an emotional tribute from Ahmed Kathrada, who spent 26 years in prison, many of them on Robben Island, of course, with Nelson Mandela. And a standing ovation for the man who went to the podium to say that Mandela was not just his friend, but his brother. And he referred to Nelson Mandela as Madala, which means elder, older one. An incredible tribute from a friend. I want to just welcome viewers from Alberta and BC who are joining us on CBC television. We are covering this funeral of Nelson Mandela live from the village of Kunu in South Africa in the Eastern Cape province. And 4,500 people are there in person. There are millions watching around the world. We are covering it live.
A member of the family, we believe is Ndaba Mandela, to come forward to read the obituary. And we ask that the choir would lead us in humming, "God be with you till we meet again," when the obituary is being read. At present, Jerusalem Ikhaya Lam, 2 verses.
It is with deep sadness that the government and the world has learnt of the passing of the father of South Africa's democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. He passed on peacefully in the company of his family around 2000 hours and 50 minutes on the 5th of December 2013. The man who became one of the world's greatest icons was born in Mvezo, Transkei on 18 July 1918. Tunongaphi Nosekeni and Henry Gatla Mandela. His father was the key consular advisor to the Tembu Royal House. After his father's death in 1927, the young Rolihlahla became the ward of Chief Jongintaba Dalindyebo and the acting regent of the Tembu nation. It was at the Tembu Royal Homestead that his personality, values, and political views were shaped. There can be no doubt that the young man went on to bring about some of the most significant and remarkable changes in South African history and politics. It is through Mandela that the world cast its eyes on South Africa and took notice of the severe and organized repression of black South Africans. Yet it is also through Mandela that the world would learn the spirit of endurance, the triumph of forgiveness, and the beauty of reconciliation. Indeed, the story of Nelson Mandela is so much so the story of South Africa. When he was only 25 years old, Nelson Mandela joined the African National Congress. His political career would span decades more. As he himself said, "The struggle is my life." The young Mandela also qualified and practiced as a lawyer. Together with Oliver Tambo, he opened the first black legal practice in Johannesburg. Mandela married Evelyn Nomatamsanga Maase in 1945. They were married for 14 years and had 4 children. Tembekile in 1946, Makaziwe in 1947, who died at 9 months, Magatu in 1950, and Makaziwe in 1954. The couple divorced in 1958. He was instrumental in the formation of the radical ANC Youth League in the 1940s, which was determined to change the face of politics. Mandela was elected to the League's National Secretary in 1948 and President in 1952. Much of the years that followed saw Mandela deeply involved in activism, rallying for political change against the increasingly aggressive apartheid government. He was a key player in the ANC's campaign for the defiance of unjust laws in 1952 and the treason trial in 1961. During this time, he was incarcerated several times under the apartheid laws and banned from political activity. Realizing that the ANC needed to prepare for more intensive struggle, he became an instrumental force behind the formation of a new section of the liberation movement. Umkhonto Wesizwe, MK, as an armed nucleus with a view to preparing for an armed struggle, Mandela was commander-in-chief of MK. On 14 June 1958, Nelson and Winnie Madikizela were married at a local Bizana church. They had 2 children, Zanani in 1958 and Zinziswa in 1960. In April 1992, they were separated and finally divorced in 1996. He left the country in 1962 and traveled abroad to arrange guerrilla training for members of MK. On his return to South Africa, he was arrested for illegally exiting the country and incitement to strike. Mandela decided to represent himself in court. While on trial, Mandela was charged with sabotage in the Rivonia trial. This is his famous statement from the dock made in 1964. "I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal I am prepared to die." In the same year, Mandela and the other accused were sentenced to life imprisonment in the Rivonia trial and sent to Robben Island near Cape Town. While in prison, Mandela rejected the offers made by his jailers to be released on condition that he renounce violence. "Prisoners cannot enter into contracts," he said. "Only free men can negotiate." He served a total of 27 years in prison for his conviction to fight apartheid and its injustices. Released on 11 February 1990, Mandela plunged wholeheartedly into his life's work, striving to attain the goals he and others had set out almost 4 decades earlier. In 1991, at the first national conference of the ANC held in South Africa after being banned for decades, Nelson Mandela was elected president of the ANC, while his lifelong friend and colleague, Oliver Tambo, became the organization's national chairperson. In a life that symbolizes the triumph of a human spirit, Nelson Mandela accepted the 1993 Nobel Peace Prize along with F.W. de Klerk. And on behalf of all South Africans who suffered and sacrificed so much to bring peace to our land, the era of apartheid formally came to an end on April 27, 1994, when Nelson Mandela voted for the first time in his life, along with his people. However, long before that date, it had become clear, even before the start of negotiations at the World Trade Center in Kempton Park, that the ANC was increasingly charting the future of South Africa. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was inaugurated as president of a democratic South Africa on 10th May 1994. This world icon worked tirelessly, even after the achievement of democracy in South Africa, to continue improving lives. Even as he retired from politics, his attention shifted to social issues, such as HIV and AIDS, and the well-being of the nation's children. As a testimony to his sharp political intellect, wisdom, and unrelenting commitment to make the world a better place, Mandela formed a prestigious group called the Elders, an independent group of eminent global leaders who offer their collective influence and experience to support peace building, help address major causes of human suffering, and promote the shared interest of humanity. Mr. Mandela is survived by his wife Graça, 3 daughters, 18 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. Sithi Dalibong.
Thank you very much, Ndaba. We now call upon Nandi Mandela to pay a tribute representing the children and grandchildren of Madiba.
The Honorable President Jacob Zuma, the royalty present here today, heads of state and diplomatic corps, religious leaders, distinguished guests, program director, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here today and I am humbled to be the one representing all of Tatomkhulu's children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Tatomkhulu means grandfather. And like all South Africans, and many people around the world, we are proud of his achievements and we want to make him proud. Tatomkhulu was a true leader who led by example. He was a true servant of the people. His mission in life was to make the lives of the underprivileged better. Like everyone who has been touched by Tatomkhulu, we have learned some valuable lessons from him, and I would like to share some of those lessons. He truly cared for his family and children. He shared what we had as best as possible with all those that he loved. He provided for his family, which included members of his extended family. He took it upon himself to make sure that all of them had a good education. For many years in Qunu, during his presidency, and after he stepped down, he made sure that the children of Qunu had a beautiful Christmas. They came in thousands to his home, and he made sure each one of those children received a gift and a meal. And the numbers grew, and it became almost impossible for him to cater from his own pocket. Businesses around Umtata and the Eastern Cape contributed food and gifts. His own gesture of kindness made all those around him want to also do good. That's the lesson he has taught us. We also want to do good because we have seen him leading by example and doing good. He commanded respect. When Chris Hani was assassinated in April of 1993, the country was on a knife's edge and could have easily slid into a civil war. He pleaded with the country, black and white, to remain calm, and the people listened because they respected him. He was truly humble and remained accountable throughout his life. This made it possible for him to make other people accountable. During his presidency, Mr. Louis Late took him to court. There was no need for him to do this or subject himself to this, but he was prepared to be subjected to the rule of law. This provided us with two lessons, a lesson in humility and a lesson in accountability. People always talk about his achievement and his serious side. Tatomkhulu was a lot of fun to be around, and he was a great storyteller. He had a great sense of humor. During the past year, we truly missed hearing his voice. At dinner, he liked telling stories about his childhood, and he preferred the one where he would poke fun at himself. One of his favorite stories was of him chasing a piece of chicken with a fork at a dinner table with the family of a girl that he wanted as his girlfriend. He would say, and you've heard this story many a times, "Gee whiz, man, every time I stabbed the chicken, it jumped, and I was sweating and embarrassed because I wanted to impress this young girl." He laughed heartily as he reminisced about his youthful days. Another side of Tatomkhulu that most people do not know about is his mischief. One story comes to mind. We were in Maputo for Gracina's wedding. We were sitting at a patio waiting for lunch to be served. In came a young lady, one of Josina's friends, with a mischievous smile and a twinkle in his eyes. Referring to Ndaba, he asked, "So, young lady, what do you think of my grandson?" "Don't you think he is handsome?" She replied, "No, Papa, I think he's too young for me." He retorted, "In the African tradition, a man can never be seen as younger than a woman." He was also a very strict grandfather. He made my younger cousins, Muso and Ndaba, pick up clothes after they've finished preparing for school or for bed. He was a disciplinarian who prepared us to be better people in our lives, with or without him. Tatomkhulu cared immensely for the less privileged. He was driven by common decency. He set up the Children's Foundation so that his legacy of caring for the future of our country can continue. He encouraged captains of industry to build schools and clinics throughout rural areas of South Africa. He recognized, he embraced, he celebrated humanity in every single person that he encountered. At a formal dinner hosted by businesses, he stunned his hosts when he requested to greet the staff who prepared the food for the banquet. Everything had to stop. He was escorted to the kitchen and he shook the hands of all staff members. That's the humility of a man that we see lying in front of us. One of the greatest lessons is the story of his own life, a story of resilience. Besides his political career, which does not need to be retold, here lies a world-renowned leader, a son of Africa, who grew up from these rolling hills and the rural areas of Umvezo and later Qunu. He went to school barefoot, and yet he rose to the highest office of the land. He became the President of South Africa and the greatest statesman in the world. This is a message he communicated all the time. It does not matter what your background is or your circumstances. It is within each of us to achieve anything we want in life. These are just of the many stories we have learned from him as a head of our family and as a leader. We shall miss you, Tatomkhulu. We shall miss your stern voice when you were not pleased with our behavior. We shall miss your voice as you told us stories of your childhood. We shall miss your laughter. We'll carry lessons you taught us throughout our lives as we make you proud. As South Africans, we must stop pointing fingers, but rather we must live by example as you did and do something positive for South Africa. Your love for children was immeasurable. We love you, Tatomkhulu. Dlomo Madiba yemyem, ngolomsila, zondwa zinjaba zingazumenza nto. Wena kagadla, kanxeko, kahlango, kadlomo, kahala, kaMadiba, katato, kazondwa, kandaba, kangubengcuka. Ugqatso ulufezile. Ulale ngoxolo mthembo omhle. Usibulisele kokhokho namathongo elikhaya. Siyabulela. Thank you.
Siyabulela mzukulwana kaMadiba. Naye apha khoyo uncumile. Siyathemba uba uyavuya xa ekubona ukwazi ukuma phambi kwabantu uthethe ngoluhlobo uthethe ngalo. Sithemba uba uyazidla ngawe. By the end of the 50s, it had become very clear to Madiba and his generation that the regime was, instead of relenting, getting worse in its repression of our people. It was at that point that around 59, 60, Madiba traveled out of the country and started to be in touch with other leaders in the continent to try and prepare for the ANC to get into the next phase of the struggle. One of the countries where he stopped was Ethiopia. In fact, it was in that time in the history of the continent that the leaders of Africa were themselves at a point where they were moving into forming an organization to ensure the unity of Africans in fighting for the liberation of our people, the people of Africa. And Madiba made a very important stop in what has since become the home of African unity, Ethiopia. And it is my great honor to call upon Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, who is the AU chairperson at this point in time. Prime Minister Haile Mariam, welcome to the podium to address the community of Madiba. Welcome. Thank you, Comrade.
Your Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, dear members of the Mandela family, dear comrades, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset express how humbled I feel to be given the opportunity to be present here amongst you to pay tribute to one of Africa's greatest sons and an iconic figure of exceptional contribution to humanity, Nelson Mandela. It is altogether fitting that the entire world pays tribute and bid farewell to this iconic leader and champion of the ideals of justice and liberty. This moment is even more poignant for Africa, the cause of which this great man's journey so typically symbolizes. In Ethiopia, Madiba has a special place in our heart since he began the struggle, and he stayed for a short moment amongst us. Indeed, Madiba's life has been a record of all the trials and tribulations the entire continent has to endure in the hands of ruthless colonizers and inhuman masters. His was a life of struggle in the face of unparalleled odds, a life of suffering in the hands of malicious perpetrators of injustice, and a life of perseverance in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenge. To that extent, Madiba's life was the mirror image of the continent for the liberation of which he so relentlessly fought. Africa, indeed, indebted for that. But in a larger sense, his life also was a life of the very party that created and shaped him, and one that Madiba's struggle went to sustain, and whose unparalleled dedication to the cause of the liberation of Africa will be remembered by posterity, the ANC. As a true leader and authentic personification of the African National Congress, Mandela's life also represented what was promising about the continent's future. That if we fight injustice tooth and nail, that if we persevere in the face of atrocities, that if we remain committed to the ideals of justice, liberation, and above all, the sanctity of human dignity, we can ultimately prevail over the evil, no matter how the odds decked against us. And for good measure, Mandela went out of his way to preach the message of a spirit of endurance, forgiveness, preferring as he did to chart a new course for his people's future based on mutual respect and equality, justice and reconciliation, unifying than dividing. Humanity was indeed, is, better off because it had the good fortune of having the likes of Mandela as its torchbearers in the moment of utter darkness, source of inspiration in the moment of hopelessness, and source of wisdom in the midst of mediocrity. What we are doing today is not so much mourning the passing away of an icon, however big the loss, as the celebration of humanity as it is finest. As we bid farewell to this great man, we should find consolation in the knowledge that his legacy shall live on for eternity. We should also all count ourselves lucky to have had the opportunity to draw a lesson or two from the life of this towering figure. Mandela was a man of exceptional integrity par excellence. As we celebrate his exceptional life today, it is incumbent upon us to once again dedicate ourselves to very ideals this great man stood for: justice, equality, freedom, and unity in diversity, and of course, the renaissance of Mama Africa. We salute you, Mandela. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will now have a musical item.
I pray you'll be alright and watch us where we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, to a place where we'll be safe. I pray we'll find your light
nel cuore resterà
and hold it in our heart.
a ricordarci che
When stars go out each night,
l'eterna stella sei nella mia preghiera.
let this be our prayer.
Quanta fede c'è. Lead us to a place.
Guide us with your grace.
Give us faith so we'll be safe. Sognano un mondo senza più violenza, un mondo di giustizia e di speranza. Sognano simbolo di pace, di fraternità, la forza che ci dai.
We ask that life be kind.
E il desiderio che
Just from above.
ognuno trovi amor
Ask which soul to
incontro te tua sé. Let this be a pray.
Let this be your prayer.
Quanto like a child needs to find a place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be safe. E la fede che hai acceso noi. Sento che ci salverà.
Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition. We would now like to call upon President Joyce Banda, who is the SADC chairperson. Mama Joyce Banda.
Your Excellency, President Jacob Zuma, President of the Republic of South Africa, Mama Graça Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Your Royal Highness Prince Charles, Your Royal Highness Prince Albert of Monaco, Your Royal Highness King of Lesotho, the Mandela family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the clergy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of humility that I accepted to come and be part of this event today. I stand before you to join you, the people of South Africa and the world, to mourn the loss of a great leader, former President Nelson Mandela. I join you, the people of this rainbow nation, to celebrate a life of one of Africa's unique leaders who gallantly fought for freedom and peace for this great country and the world. The first time I was privileged to meet President Mandela was during his visit to Malawi after his release from prison, when he came to meet President Kamuzu Banda. I was amazed with his humility and the great sense of leadership around him. And in 1996, I was further privileged to be invited to visit Robben Island together with a team of Malawians. After the tour of Robben Island, I was greatly touched by the life and story of Tata Mandela. And since then, I sought to know and understand this great son of Africa. I read and read about anything I could lay my hands on about him. In 1997, I met Tata Mandela at a conference for smart partnership at Kasane in Botswana. I was inspired by this great leader who was focused, calm, and collected. A few years later, I had an opportunity to visit Tata Mandela and Mama Graça Machel at their home in Johannesburg. We had a very moving conversation. I was deeply touched by his spirit of forgiveness, his passion to put people first, and courage. These attributes have greatly influenced my life. Allow me to share that moment because it is important. I walked into that house and Mama Graça was standing facing me, and I thought he was taking me to a room where then after that he was going to go and collect Madiba. I walked into the room not knowing that he was already sitting there. And when I turned and saw him, my first reaction was to run out. And as I was running out, the picture that I have that has been showing in Malawi this past week is Mama Graça pulling me back towards him. At that moment, I did not know that I was to become President of the Republic of Malawi a few months down the line. At the moment I became President of Malawi, I isolated, humiliated, code names, an assassination attempt on my life. I found myself in a situation where I had to work with those same people that had prevented me from becoming president of my country. I had to forgive, but I had to forgive without any effort because my Madiba had prepared me. Tata's courage, determination, love, and passion for his people inspired me on my journey to becoming the first woman president of this region. I learned that leadership is about falling in love with the people that you serve and the people falling in love with you. It is about serving the people with selflessness, with sacrifice, and with the need to put the common good ahead of personal interest. I am saying all this because the day after Madiba passed away, the BBC called Malawi to interview me. And they said a lot of African leaders are talking about the lessons that you ought to learn from Madiba. But are you practicing them? Are you doing it? And I said, yes, come and see. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you on behalf of our region, our family, our SADC, to extend a collective hand of comfort to the Mandela family, the government of the Republic of South Africa, the African National Congress, and to all South Africans on this irreplaceable loss of one of its true sons, Tata Madiba. The passing of our President Mandela is not only a loss to South Africa, but also to the SADC region, and indeed to the world. As we celebrate the life of this icon, it is also time to take stock of the things that Tata Madiba taught us during his time. I know that much has already been said, but Tata, by those whose lives have been touched and inspired by his work, I need to add a few words. The SADC region will remember him for his wisdom and statesmanship, his humility and sense of humor, and his servant leadership style. Tata Madiba believed that all people are created equal before God. The way he conducted himself, he saw no boundaries in this region, between and among the countries where we live. He championed the freedom of not only South Africans, but all of us Africans. Tata Madiba taught us that even when the challenges of life seem insurmountable, with courage and determination, we can overcome the evils of our societies. The struggle Tata Madiba led against the apartheid system was not just a struggle against racial inequality, but a struggle against all forms of oppression against humanity, a struggle for democracy and human dignity. It was the struggle for the emancipation of the youth. It was the struggle for the social security of children. It was a struggle for the participation of women in politics, in commerce, and in high office. It was a struggle to overcome poverty, and yes, it was a struggle for Africa's freedom. We in the SADC region will remember Tata as a great reformer who championed the cause of humanity, deepened democracy, and dedicated his life to selfless service. A man who worked tirelessly to promote national, regional, and world peace. We in the SADC region, whilst mourning his death, we also see this as an opportunity to celebrate the life of a great statesman, an icon from our own region. The life of Tata Mandela will continue to inspire those of us left behind to promote peace and security, deepen regional integration, and work to support one another as it was during the fight against apartheid. We will strive to emulate President Mandela's stature and spirit so that his legacy can live on. The ideals of political, social, and economic emancipation that he stood for will inspire us forever as a region. In conclusion, I believe I'm speaking for many within the region. Tata's words are still echoing in our minds. His call to get millions of young people in the region decent jobs. His call to get millions of our women and men out of poverty, deprivation, and underdevelopment. His call to get food for the hungry, to eradicate preventable diseases, to let people find their voice, and restore their dignity. These words will inspire SADC long after Tata Madiba is gone. Our dear father and compatriot, Tata Nelson Mandela, fought a good fight, and he finished the race well. As an African woman and leader, I wish to acknowledge Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela for her efforts and steadfastness for standing with Tata Mandela before and during Tata's imprisonment and for being in the forefront of ANC's struggle for liberation. And to you, Mama Grasa Machel, I wish to thank you for your visible love and care for our Madiba during the last days of his life. Women across Africa have told me these past 10 days that they are very, very proud of you and will forever be grateful for what you have taught us as African women. Allow me to talk to both of you, Mama Mandela and Mama Grace, that the love and tolerance you have demonstrated before the whole world during the funeral has shown us that you are prepared to continue with our Madiba's ideals. I wish to thank President Zuma for leading the nation to mourn our president like the hero that he is. As SADC, we feel very proud. You have done your level best. This was not a wedding, this is a funeral. And you made every effort to make sure that we bury our father with dignity. In the same spirit, I wish to therefore appeal to you, President Zuma, and under your leadership, all South Africans, to make this appeal that you remain united and continue to be a rainbow nation. For this is what Tata Madiba cherished. It is our hope and prayer that South Africa will remain a country of all people, regardless of race, color, religion, and tribe. SADC will stand with you and by you and look forward to a continued engagement in our joint efforts to deepen our democracy and regional integration. It is up to us as leaders, as citizens, as a continent to continue from where Tata Madiba has left so that his legacy lives on, so that he can be remembered for what he stood for, and that we should not allow what he fought for and worked for to die and to go with him. May his soul rest in everlasting peace.
Thank you. We would like to thank Her Excellency President Banda of Malawi. Yes, Malawi. As we celebrate Madiba's life, we also remember important concepts that Madiba taught us: tolerance and forgiveness. Now, one of the things, the running joke amongst the ANC officials, as we meet often, is to say to the president and the deputy president, President, you don't say Malawi. Deputy President, you don't say Boas. Now, today, President Banda has freed everyone to say Malawi with great ease. And President, you can now say Malawi with the greatest of ease. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Sithanda ukwamukela ezinye inkokheli ezikhona phakathi kwethu. Ikumkani yabathembu azwe libanzi. Ikumkani yamaXhosa azwe lonke sicawu. Ikumkani yamampondo asenyandeni Ndobuyezwe Ndamasi. Ikumkanikazi yamampondo nomaswati.
And while the introductions of dignitaries continue at that funeral for Nelson Mandela, I want to welcome you if you are just joining us as we cover this funeral in Kunu, a village in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, for Nelson Mandela. Here in studio watching all of this unfold is Tselani Mokoena. She is the Consul General of South Africa here in Canada, and you've been walking us through some of what we've been seeing, the traditions, the speeches. What has stood out for you so far?
I think what has stood out for me was the presentation by the granddaughter, Nandi, as she acknowledged the love they have felt of their grandfather, their father, the love not only for them as Madiba's children, but for children of the village and children that were coming from outside the village, as he took some of his money from his pocket and fed them and gave them Christmas gifts out of pocket. How many of us can do that?
It was wonderful to hear those family stories, the stories that they shared around perhaps the dinner table. But he leaves behind 3 daughters, 18 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. We saw them sitting in the front row there.
He does, and they will forever cherish the moments they spent with him. You remember that some of his children died while he was in prison. Tembi, who died in a car accident, and the last one died, I think, from HIV/AIDS.
Yes.
And he's always been, talking about him, and that made become an activist on HIV/AIDS, and that has made him embrace children wholeheartedly, because he's missed bringing up his children while he was in prison.
Thank you, Tselani. We'll go back to the funeral in Kunu, and right now, a tribute by President of Tanzania.
President of the Republic of South Africa, Deputy President Halima Motlanthe, Mama Glasa, Michelle, Mama Winnie, members of the Madiba family, Her Majesty, King of Lesotho, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and of Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and representatives of international organizations, fellow mourners, comrades, and friends. I bring with me fraternal greetings, as well as greetings of solidarity from your brothers and sisters of the United Republic of Tanzania. they've asked me to convey to you our deepest condolences to you, Mr. President, to the Madiba family, and to all the people of South Africa on the passing of His Excellency Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the first black president of the new South Africa and the former president of the African National Congress. The people of Tanzania would like you to know that you are not alone. They are with you during this difficult period of mourning, and they will be with you thereafter. They are saying your grief is our grief, your loss is our loss. Nelson Mandela was our leader, our hero, our icon, and our father, as much as he was yours. The people of Tanzania have lost a great friend. The people of Tanzania have lost a great comrade in arms. Comrades, President Mandela had a long association with Tanzania. It dates back to the times of the struggle for independence and liberation here in South Africa and in Tanzania. Our two sister parties, the ANC and TANU, the Tanganyika African National Union, later Chama cha Mapinduzi, enjoyed special relations with each other. We supported each other at a time of need. It was no accident, therefore, that after the ANC decided to take the struggle to the next level and formed the armed wing Umkhonto weSizwe, after peaceful means seemed to be futile, Dar es Salaam was Madiba's first port of call in January 1962. He left South Africa secretly through Bechuanaland at that time, Northern Rhodesia, into Tanganyika through the town of Mbeya. And then from there, arrangements were made for him to come to Dar es Salaam. His mission was to seek support for the armed struggle and a place to train the MK combatants. Comrades and friends, he met our first president, now late, Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And I'm humbled to say that I have also come with me his widow, Mama Maria Nyerere, is here with us. Indeed, this visit of Madiba was later to become a landmark event which had the profound effect in changing the course of history of this great nation, culminating in the fall of apartheid in 1994 and the birth of the new South Africa. Though at first, President Nyerere had some reservations or hesitations in his discussions with Madiba about when and how to initiate the armed struggle, he accepted Madiba's request and provided members of the MK both permission to live in Tanzania and places to train. I'm sure the ANC and MK veterans gathered here, to them names like Kongwa, Mgagao, Morogoro, Mazimbu, and Dakawa sound familiar. And when we mention them, they may even rekindle the nostalgic memories of the life they lived in Tanzania, sharpening their tools and skills of defeating apartheid. But President Nyerere went further. Beyond availing places to live and to train, he offered Tanzania's own moral and material support. Meager as it was, but it was very symbolic to us. But also Mwalimu was instrumental in mobilizing regional and international support for training and arming the combatants. Indeed, this applied to all other liberation movements, the PAC, MPLA, SWAPO, ZANU, ZAPU, and FRELIMO. Besides that, Tanzania was generous enough to give cadres of the liberation movement travel documents. Passports, and all that what is needed. And when necessary, some of them assumed Tanzanian names. When Madiba came to Tanzania, he had no passport. But from Tanzania, he was going to Lagos, to Accra, then Lagos, and Addis Ababa. He was given a Tanzanian travel document. It facilitated his movement. And I know a number of you use Tanzanian travel documents. I don't know if Tabo returned his. Comrades and friends, Madiba's trip to Dar es Salaam was to change the fortunes of the ANC after being banned by the apartheid regime here in South Africa. The ANC found a new home in Tanzania, from where it operated, organized, spearheaded, and prosecuted the struggle. From Tanzania, the ANC was able to reach its cadres and other members who remained and operated from inside South Africa through discrete means of communication. From Tanzania, the ANC was able to have messages reach the broad masses of the people of South Africa through publications, Sechaba, and dedicated radio broadcast. Radio Freedom broadcasted from Dar es Salaam. As a matter of fact, the government of Tanzania had built a special radio station for the liberation movements. The ANC was able to get back the voice that was denied to them by the apartheid regime. Comrades and friends, there is another interesting thing about Madiba's first visit to Tanzania in 1962, which I would like to share with you. In order to keep the visit discreet, he did not stay in hotels. He stayed at a home of TANU's treasurer, who was then the Minister for Commerce and Industries, Mr. Santarabi Zephaniah Seroswai, who is now late. On his departure, on his onward trip to Accra, Lagos, Addis, and Algiers, he left behind his boots. at Mr. Swai's home in the hope that on his way back, he would pick up the boots. Unfortunately, he could not pass through Dar es Salaam again, and shortly after arriving back in South Africa, he was arrested and imprisoned and spent the 27 years in Robben Island. But fortunately, the Swai family kept the boots, awaiting his return. In 1995, when Mandela was president, the pair of boots were handed back to him. By Mrs. Vicky Silo Swai, the widow of the late Silo Swai, who died in 1994, shortly before Madiba became president. I have brought Mama Vicky and Silo Swai with me to bid farewell to their special guests and friends. Comrades, after his release from prison, and after visiting Lusaka for the meetings of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, Madiba came to Dar es Salaam. It was not again by accident. He was met by the largest crowd Tanzania has ever seen receiving a foreign dignitary. And that record has never been broken. But mind you, it rained heavily that day. As chiefs, so when a chiefs come, it always rains. That's the belief in our part of the world. But people never left their positions. They thronged the airport, lined the streets of Dar es Salaam, braving the rain to see their hero, their icon, their leader, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Indeed, Mandela's charisma is unmatched in modern times. Of course, he visited the facilities of ANC, Morogoro, Iringa, and spent the night with the combatants of MK at Mgagao, their training base. Comrades and friends, I've narrated all these stories and anecdotes to let you, the people of South Africa, know how far back the current excellent relations between our two friendly countries and between the ANC and Chama Mapinduzi have come from. It is not by accident that South Africa and Tanzania enjoy excellent bilateral relations. We are close friends and allies because our common history unites us. We see eye to eye on many bilateral, regional, and international issues. We support each other at regional and international fora. Comrades, it is none other than our founding father, First President Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and the founding father of the new South Africa, President Nelson Mandela, who were responsible for this friendship and cooperation. They built very strong foundations for our bilateral relations. That is why I said at the beginning that Madiba is very much our leader, our hero, our icon, and our father as he is to you. That is why your sadness, grief, and sorrow are ours as well. That is why we also join you in celebrating the life of this great man. Comrades and friends, as we mourn the death of this great man, let us recommit ourselves to continue to strengthen the excellent relations which are so happy to exist between South Africa and Tanzania. Let us also continue to work closely together at regional and international fora to advance his ideals for a strong SADC, a vitalized African Union, and an effective United Nations bold enough to fight injustice, to fight for equality of all nations and all peoples. And let us fulfill his wish to see developing nations working together in unity and solidarity in pursuit of their rights and in their quest to lift themselves from poverty and prosperity. And you, my brothers and sisters of South Africa, Madiba has lived his life well. You should live his legacy. He has left behind a vibrant democracy. He left behind a new nation where black and white South Africans live together harmoniously. A nation where nobody is denied his or her basic rights because of the color of his skin. A nation where blacks can also prosper, unlike in the past when they were condemned to live in squalor, deprivation, and as third-class citizens in their own country. We know not all that he stood for has been achieved yet. It is foolhardy also to assume that all the ills of the former apartheid system will be corrected in these 19 years. Nonetheless, a lot has been achieved, although much more has to be done. The ANC government is doing it. Please stay the course and always strive for greater excellence. Remain united as a people and remain united as a nation. This way, you will honor this great statesman, this great son of this soil, in a manner that he would be pleased if he were alive. This is the best way to live his legacy. We will always hold you in our prayers. You are not alone. Hamba Kale, Tata Mandela.
Thank you, President Kikwete. Thank you particularly for taking us down memory lane and getting us to remember many things that our leaders were involved in the struggle to free our country. We have to gain more time now. We have diplomats from a number of countries, and I'm not going to read their names as I'd like us to save a little bit more time. We've got ambassadors of the following countries: Ukraine, Mauritania, obviously Tanzania, European Commission, Zambia, obviously, Russian Federation, China, Spain, Denmark, Canada, France, of course Malawi, United States, United Kingdom, Ecuador.
You are watching live the state funeral for Nelson Mandela in his village of Kunu, where he grew up in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. And just going through some of the VIPs and dignitaries who are there in that audience of 4,500 sitting in a big white tent in Kunu. And the reason that they're suggesting they need to make up some time is because they want Nelson Mandela's body and that casket to be taken to the gravesite, which is on this farm, which belongs to the Mandela family, for high noon. That is a time, because of his background in royalty, the time when it is best to bury him according to tradition and culture, when the sun is at its height and the shadows are at their shortest. So the reason for perhaps rushing through some of the dignitaries there is specifically that. I want to welcome you if you are just joining us at this live coverage of the funeral of Nelson Mandela, a man who has been known by so many names in South Africa: Madiba, Tata, Rohilala, his name from his Tembu clan of Dalubunga. I have the Consul General of South Africa here in studio with me as well. And we'll take you back live to Kunu for more.
Yibambeni mathola maduna mayihlala phansi bamba umthetho izwe ezawunika inhlabiso maqabane kuyalalakala kamsholozi bawumongameli nazinkosana nangamadodana.
This is Suhanna Marchand as we follow the live coverage of the funeral for Nelson Mandela in Kunu, a small village in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And here in studio with me is the Consul General of South Africa in Canada, Tselane Mokoene. And she's, Tselane, this person who is at the microphone right now, and Jacob Zuma, the president standing behind him, what is he doing?
He's a praise singer. He's telling people about the occasion, about President Zuma. He's a praise singer. So how do I explain that in English? He's going through the names of what this occasion represents, what President Zuma's clan names are, and he goes down the line. That's what it's about.
So giving us some perspective on Nelson Mandela and also President Jacob Zuma, who is about to speak. Behind the praise singer, you can see all of those candles if you're watching us from home. 95 of them lit there, of course, in honor of the 95 years of Nelson Mandela's life. And during that time, he was an activist, he was a prisoner, he was a president. He left office to be with his family, and he leaves behind his wife, Graça Machel. We've seen pictures of her in the front row. He leaves behind 3 daughters, 18 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. And we did hear from one of his grandchildren who gave us stories of the family. Nandi Mandela talked about some of the stories they shared around the table of when Nelson Mandela was a young man and courting a young woman. She talked about her grandfather giving children in the village of Kunu a meal and a present at Christmas. And Tselane, that tells us about the spirit and the heart of this man who is being eulogized and remembered today.
Indeed. I mean, he used to, when he was president, he would take half of his salary and donate it for the children's cause. He donated it to the Children's Fund, Mandela's Children's Fund.
Yes.
And he continued to give to different causes really through his salary. He did not always wait for donors to come through. He was the first one to donate and establish the Children's Fund with his own salary.
And the giving spirit is what some of the other speakers, the president of Malawi, the president of Tanzania, were saying, we must continue that legacy. He lived his life well. Let us, the rest of us, live his legacy well. And this is a shot of the casket right now. You can see that it is on an animal fur, and that's part of tradition. Also, the praise singer was wearing an animal print blanket, part of the tradition. Here's the president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma.
Tatwa
Mama Grasa Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and the entire Mandela family, and abathembu bonke His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the chairperson of the African Union and Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, chairperson of SADC and the President of the Republic of Malawi. Your Excellency, President Jakaya Kikwete, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Deputy President Kgalema Motlanthe, and Vice Presidents present here, former President Thabo Mbeki, and all former heads of state and government, ministers, deputy ministers, and all representatives of governments, the diplomatic corps, the leadership of the ANC, South African Communist Party, COSATU and SANCO, leaders of fraternal political organizations, and friends of South Africa, religious leaders, traditional leaders, compatriots and friends. Today marks the end of an extraordinary journey that began 95 years ago. It is the end of 95 glorious years of a freedom fighter, a dedicated and humble servant of the people of South Africa, a fountain of wisdom, a pillar of strength, and a beacon of hope to all those fighting for a just and equitable world order. We are truly honored to be part of the final journey of this great son of our country and the founding president of a free and democratic South Africa, isithwalandwe siyapalangwe, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Dada, it has been a long, painful week for us, your people, your comrades, your relatives, your friends. Since you took your last breath on the 5th of December, 2013. When you became critically ill last year, we were gripped with fear and anxiety. We did not want to confront the reality of your mortality. Over the past 9 days of mourning, people have expressed their grief in various ways. What truly stands out is the spectacular display of admiration by the thousands who descended upon the Union buildings in Pretoria to spend just one moment with you as you lay in state. As you observed the long, patient queues lining the streets to the union buildings, some silent, some singing, many crying, we asked ourselves, what is it about this man that elicits this outpouring of sincere emotions? The answer is that when people see goodness in a person, they respond by reflecting goodness back at that person. And on their fellow men and women. We wish today to express two simple words. Thank you. Thank you for being everything we wanted and needed in a leader during a difficult period in our lives. Siyabulela, Enkosi, Tata. Whilst your long walk to freedom has ended in the physical sense, our own journey continues. We have to continue building the type of society you worked tirelessly to construct. We have to take your legacy forward. In doing so, we'll continue drawing lessons from your very rich and extraordinary life. We'll always remember you as a man of integrity who embodied the values and principles that your organization, the ANC, promotes. These are unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, hard work, and mutual respect. We'll promote these values and practice them in order to build the type of society you wanted. That society is outlined in the ideals you espoused, the ideals you lived for, and which you were prepared to die for. These ideals defined your organization, the ANC. You summarized them in your timeless statement in court in 1964, and the statement that is well known, almost becoming like a verse in the Bible because of its profoundness. When democracy was ushered in on the 27th of April 1994, you set out to build this ideal society. You actively promoted the achievement of a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. You taught us to embrace one another as compatriots, regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or creed. You did this because you hated racism. In your first court statement in October 1962, where you objected to being a black man in a white man's court, being tried by a white court, which was enforcing laws you had had no hand in making. We had also spoke out strongly against racism. You said, and I quote,
I hate race discrimination most intensely and in all its manifestations. I fought it all during my life. I fight it now. I will do so until the end of my life." Unquote. We pledge today to continue promoting non-racialism and tolerance in our country and to build a South Africa that truly belongs to all. We also cherish the lessons you taught us of the importance of reconciliation, forgiveness, and compassion. You forgave those who had taken you away, and the most of your adult life, and who had dehumanized the majority of your compatriots. We learned from you that to build a new society, a new South Africa, from the ashes of apartheid colonialism, we needed to rise above anger and the human desire for retribution. In this way, you offered hope in the place of hopelessness. Tata, you did not only believe in anger, in gender equality, you practiced it. Gender equality gained prominence and seriousness under your presidency, leading to an increase in the numbers of women in public office, especially in parliament and cabinet. We dare not reverse your achievements in this regard. Yem, as your journey ends today, ours must continue in earnest. One thing we can assure you of today, Tata, as you take your final steps, is that South Africa will continue to rise. Your abiding revolutionary spirit will prevail on us to not rest until the poor and the working class have truly benefited from the material fruits of freedom and democracy which you fought for. Therefore, today, we undertake to take forward the promotion of an improved quality of life for all. We commit to work more intensively to deal a decisive blow against the persisting poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We pledge to take your vision forward for good schools and hospitals, quality housing and utilities, decent jobs and working conditions, as well as efficient and accountable public service. Learning from your good self, will continue to use education as a weapon to improve the quality of life and bring about change, and to invest in the development of children and the youth. You loved children dearly. Therefore, in your memory, South African children must grow up in a country that is not only politically free, but which is also free and safe from violence, free and safe from crime, free and safe from poverty, ignorance, and disease, free and safe from indignity. That is the type of country we are building. In doing all this and more, we will be able to complete this country's transformation into the global force for social and economic leadership that we believed we were capable of being. Indeed, South Africa will continue to rise because we dare not fail you. The children of the accomplished strategic thinker and consummate man of action that you were must succeed and will succeed to build the South Africa of your dreams. Tata, as your triumphant journey comes to an end, we sincerely thank you for dedicating your life to building a free and democratic South Africa in which all shall live in equality and dignity. We sincerely thank you. Thank your family for sharing you with us and the world. We acknowledge the suffering of your own children who had an absent father and a father who was called a dangerous man and a terrorist by the apartheid regime and its surrogates. They are, no doubt, truly proud today to have been brought to this planet by a man so great and yet so humble. We thank your late former wife, Mama Evelyn Masse, who raised your children under difficult conditions while you spent time in prison. We acknowledge Comrade Winnie Madikizela Mandela, who kept your name alive and provided support and strength throughout the difficult years. When the ANC was banned, she refused to be silenced and carried on the struggle with amazing bravery. She was persecuted severely for standing by you and for remaining resolute in the pursuit of a free, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and united South Africa. We are proud of the contribution that she has made to the struggle for the liberation of our country as an activist and leader in her own name and right. We thank your dear wife, Mama Graça Machel, who has been at your side providing love, strength, and companion. The past year has not been easy for her. During your ill health, she ensured your care and comfort until the final moments. Given Mama Grasa's own passion for children's rights and well-being, the two of you made a formidable pair for the benefit of children. We acknowledge your impressive grandchildren who have matured in a way beyond their age because of the type of family they have been born into. We acknowledge your own children who also have given valuable support to you as a father and made you feel comfortable. Many have looked after you over the years, providing support and love and doing many things that would have made you proud. In many of them, we see you. We thank Abatembu, Amadlo, Onke, for being the pillar you needed in undertaking tasks of building this great country. Sibulela nabantu abakhe apha eQunu. Who have always remained a source of inspiration to you. We extend our deep-felt condolences to our organization, the ANC, as well as COSATU, the South African Communist Party, and the South African National Civic Organization, for whom your departure is a monumental loss. We thank the ANC in particular for providing the space for you to lead us to freedom and to influence humanity. Our thoughts are with the community of Qunu and surroundings who have lost their famous son. We extend our condolences to the entire South African nation, whose pain we share deeply as a government whose foundation you laid in 1994. Our hearts go out to all your friends who have each lost a part of themselves in your passing. From George Bezos to Ahmed Katrada, Andrew Mlangeni, and other stalwarts, we feel their pain. When bidding you farewell, we also remember how fortunate we have been for our country to have produced leaders of your caliber. Through you, we salute Oliver Reginald Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Elias Mutsualedi, Raymond Mhlaba, Moses Kotane, Stephen Dlamini, Helen Joseph, Lillian Ngoyi, Dorothy Nyembe, Joe Slovo, Bram Fisher, and many others who have shared the moments of struggle with you. We owe it to them and to countless South Africans and foreign nationals who died in pursuit of our struggle, to take your vision of a better life for all forward. We acknowledge your medical team who worked round the clock managing your health. They are an amazing team of medical professionals. We thank your personal support staff from protectors to household and administration, all of whom are going through a lot of pain since we have departed. Tata, you were an internationalist, which is why Africa and the world descended on this country to bid you farewell. We will continue to contribute to building a better Africa and a better and more just and equitable world order. We thank Africa and the world again for the solidarity and support since your passing. Madiba, Yem, we will miss your smile, your laughter, your love, and your leadership. We will cherish every moment we spent with you. You are indeed an extraordinary human being. You will remain our guiding light, illuminating the path as we continue the long journey to build the South Africa of your dreams. We shall not say goodbye, for you are not gone. You will live forever in our hearts and minds. Hamba kahle Madiba, Yem, Zondwa, Ngolomsila, Vela Bempensel, Sopisho. Hamba kakuhle goqa lamagoqa, hamba kahle qhawe lamaqhawe, samaya hantle sinahla sasinahla. Thank you very much.
Would like to thank President Jacob Zuma for the tribute that he has paid to Tatu Madiba on behalf of the people of South Africa. It is almost impossible, completely undoable, to pay tribute to a colossal life like Nelson Mandela's in just 2.5 hours. We have run into a slight time problem, and we're going to apologize and ask Abatembu to give us a little bit of latitude, just a few more minutes, because we have 3 other things to do. We have to take the sermon, but before we take the sermon from Bishop Siwa, would like to get 2 votes of thanks. One which we cannot avoid, and that is from one of the great fathers of on the African continent, and that is former President Kenneth Kaunda, to come and pay a brief vote of thanks, and thereafter we'll ask General Bantu Holomisa to come and give a vote of thanks, which he was going to give at the graveside, but we felt he should rather do it here, and thereafter we take the sermon, and after that the military then takes over, and we will make further announcements of how we are going to proceed with regard to the military service. President Kaunda, please come forward.
Yamike Madiba ndi mutima umo. You have forgotten. Yeah. Master of ceremony. Comrade President Zuma, former presidents, all presidents from outside South Africa, including young man from Tanzania, Mama Maria, wife of my greatest friend, Just Nyerere, she is here. I'm glad this young man brought her here. Mama Winnie, Michelle, all great leaders of South Africa, men and women. You are doing a wonderful thing to organize a farewell of this type to this great son of Africa. I had the chance to meet a number of my friends from the Boer company. The first one I met was Prime Minister Foster. I met him in his train, white train, across River Zambezi. We were there for 3 nights. I was saying to him, Prime Minister, please release Nelson Mandela and his colleagues. Come together, begin meeting, talking about the future of South Africa. Build a new South Africa together. For 3 nights, I came to nothing. Then came another Boer leader, Botha, I think it was called Botha. Same train, this time between Botswana and South Africa. I said, look, release Nelson Mandela and his colleagues. Discuss the future of South Africa together. You're all members of this country. Talk together. I didn't succeed. 12 hours came to nothing. Then came my meeting with de Klerk. He was not Prime Minister yet. He was only Secretary General of the Boer Party. And after a few hours, I called a press conference and I said, I think I can do business with this man. Thank God, he became Prime Minister, and he raised this great man whose life the whole world, not only you South Africans, the whole world is celebrating. he released him. He released him. Who is Nelson Mandela? Who is he? How do I see him? This man is a blessed child of the Lord God Almighty. He followed the commandments that God Almighty, our Creator, has given to the whole human race. Love God, your Creator, with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, all your strength. As to that one he has made in his image, like you, his commandment is love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto others as you would have them do unto you. What were our brothers, the Boers, doing here? They accepted the commandment. They said they had accepted those commandments of the Lord. They came to South Africa. What did they do? What did they do? They found black people here and began saying, no, you are not God's children. We are God's children. We must keep you there in the distance. And you know, when you go to pray, you must pray by yourselves. You all must be on yourself there, at a distance. And when it comes to hospitals, we can't be with you, same hospital. You must start there. Schools, schools. Our children to get spoiled, mixing with black people. No. We'll put our children here. You children will be there. Segregation. That is not God's commandment. God's commandment is love your neighbor as you love yourself. That neighbor is regardless of color. That neighbor is regardless of faith. That neighbor is regardless of anything else. He is your neighbor, made in God's image, like you. Who are you to say he is not in God's image? Who are you to say that? Condemning God's decision? And you go and say, we are praying God with that type of attitude, that type of mentality? This great young man we worship today came and said, no. My Boer friends, you can't go on like this. It can't happen. He looked at them. And can you see how wonderful he was? Those games, rugby, all those games for the Boers only, he went there and said, look, it's a game of yours here. It's my game also, huh? Do you understand? It's my game also. We'll play together, understand? Come on, come. In no time at all, the Boers began to change. And I remember Archbishop Tutu, once the New Zealanders came here, Archbishop Tutu said, Madiba has taught us to follow up, participate in this game. Madiba said, come, black, what do you call them? Who watch, what do you call them? Those who watch, what do you call them?
In trouble for time.
Time, all right. The young man is controlling and is controlling an old man who has fought Boers. All right, young man, I'm going to end soon. But please, this thing is serious. How would you behave like that? You say you're Christians. You have church buildings for one color. How can you say we call that God? No, that's not God at all. All right, what has happened now? This great son of the world, not only of South Africa, Mandela, showed us the way. Whether you're white, black, yellow, or brown, you're all God's children. Come together, work together, and God will show you the way. This young man is chasing me away. Please remember, I appreciate his time factor. And all of us must remember that as we go on without Madiba, he is no more in terms of life, he is no more in terms of this life, that is still Madiba, our leader. It's Madiba sent to us by God, our creator. Madiba sent to us to come and teach us how to fight racism to the best of our ability. Let us remember this love he had for us all. Without that, we can't succeed. So, Master of Ceremony, as you continue with this wonderful program, remember to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Mama Maria, thank you for coming to join us here. You and your husband did something very important for Tanzania. This young president here comes out of your work. Continue to support him, and he will continue to support all of us with his activities. May God Almighty continue to bless him and all others like him who have come to know the importance of what Julius Kambarage Nyerere did for us all. Fare thee well. Amen.
Let us give President Kenneth Kaunda a rousing round of applause, please. These are the elders of our continent, and it was important that we should hear from President Kenneth Kaunda. Madiba had this ability to walk with kings and queens and ordinary people, and he also had another ability to be able to work with superstars, actors, and people like that. And we have today amongst us the one person, the young person who's acting him in the movie Long Walk to Freedom. Idris Elba is here, and he's been nominated for the performance that he gave. And we've also got the Best Actor Oscar winner, Forrest Whitaker is also amongst us. We've also got the lady who played Winnie in another movie, Alfred Woodard. She's also here. Would like to recognize Reverend Daughtry, the veteran of the anti-apartheid movement and civil rights movement of the United States. He is here amongst us as well. And lastly, as I call General Holomisa would like to recognize the representatives of King Goodwill Zwelithini and King Sobhuza of Swaziland. They are well represented at this funeral. General Holomisa, please.
Our program directors, the presiding officers, the Mandela family, the Mase family, the Madikizela family, the Mashel family, His Excellency President Zuma and members of the executive, Your Excellencies, heads of government and states, Your Majesties and representatives of royal families, ambassadors and high commissioners, leaders of the ANC and other political parties, the Tembu family, Zolbanze, fellow South Africans, the former President Thabo Mbeki, fellow South Africans and guests from all over the world. We have almost reached the end of Madiba's funeral service, and as it is customary, we acknowledge the efforts of those who have contributed to its success. I therefore wish to extend, on behalf of the Mandela family and the King of the Tembus, the warmest vote of thanks to the following people without whom this funeral service would not have been a success. Since Madiba was admitted to hospital early this year, South Africans of all races held countrywide services to pray for his speedy recovery. Some, in their show of support, even descended on the Pretoria Mediclinic Heart Hospital, where Madiba received treatment, to hold all-night prayer vigils. The international community also prayed for his speedy recovery. We were overwhelmed by the support we received from the friends of the Mandela family, South Africans, our fellow Africans, and the international community during that difficult time. Thank you very much. To the South African government, thank you for giving Madiba a respectful and dignified state funeral befitting a struggle icon, a father of our nation, and a life lived in service of others. Specifically to the Department of Public Works, who faced the mammoth task of organizing the logistics and the infrastructure for the memorial and funeral services. Thank you very much. To the Department of Defense and our servicemen and women who practiced Madiba, or rather who protected Madiba from the beginning of his journey right up to its conclusion. Thank you. To you, Ngamalala, asinamazwi mhlekazi, siyabulela. Umngane wakho bezawutsho athi, Amalala, ihleli nobantu apha, ndimgadile angasibhukuqi. To the heads of states and the many dignitaries here present, words seem inadequate to express our gratitude for your support and solidarity. You have shown us the true meaning of Ubuntu, or humanity, and your actions have given us the much-needed comfort during this difficult time. The leaders who shared this stage today, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your memories. Your words inspired us and warmed our hearts. To the medical team rather to the medical teams who took care of Tata Madiba. We thank you very much for a grateful family and a grateful people. They are saying to you, thank you. To his personal doctor, since 1990, Dr. Dabula, you have done well. I still remember the phone calls. I used to wake you up in the middle of the night when Madiba was in Mthatha if something is not going well. And I will just, hey, it's an instruction, Chief. Tata lo AK yakho udla ngoyixoya kawuze apha kum uhambe equnu tata kaphilanga. Thank you very much, Tata. To each of the service providers, each pair of hands who helped, the effort it took to make today possible has not gone unnoticed. Utata would have approved of our hard work, rather of your hard work and dedication. To the singers, choirs, and musicians, thank you for blessing this gathering with your talents. There always was a story to tell. Without the role that the media play in our society, the struggle story would not have been told. And without you, the world would not have been able to share today with us. Thank you to you as well. To the team of people who were tasked to organize Madiba's send-off, the program, ladies and gentlemen, started almost 8 years ago. Our thanks to the former President Mbeki, who, when Utata showed signs of not being well, advised the Madiba family to be part of planning committee. Sir, thank you very much for showing leadership. Also allow me to also thank Magaziwe Mandela, Madiba's eldest daughter, for her sterling job in guiding us in this wonderful send-off preparations. A word of thanks to our program directors, Ms. Maleka Mbete, and my former Secretary General, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who have so admirably led this program. Thank you for doing us proud. For the gifts bestowed on the family by the kings of the region, the private sector, all and sundry, thank you for your contribution wherever it was made. We thank the ANC for the role it played in the struggle and for having Madiba as its leader. The chapter in South Africa's history will never be forgotten. Thank you also for the organization which also played role during our planning phases. Zikobeleni Maqabane. I once more thank all the people in attendance here, the people of South Africa, both here and those watching at home, and the peoples of Africa and the world for their love and support. For the minor things that might have gone wrong this past week with arrangements or logistics, thank you for understanding that today's event is unprecedented and we will never have such a day again. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Finally, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you, Tata, for the trust you placed in me. The responsibility was tremendous, and I bid you final goodbye today. It was an honor to serve you, Tata. In conclusion, finally, Irving Berlin once said, "The song is ended, but the melody lingers on." Borrowing these words, the Madiba song may have ended, but its melody lingers on. We all have a responsibility to ensure that the melody of Madiba song never stops. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, General. We are moving towards the wrapping up of the program as we invite Bishop Z. Siwa to deliver as brief a sermon as possible. We know that that's not the easiest of things in real life. Kodwa ke umfundisi siqhela ukubambisana naye. Yeah.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, Mama Grasa, and Mama Winnie, and the entire Mandela family, and the leaders of governments and states, Royal Highnesses, Majesties, and all protocol observed, and all the people of God gathered here and far, I greet you warmly in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In Matthew's Gospel, chapter 25, verse 21, I found the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master." The life we mourn and celebrate today is contrary to William Shakespeare's Macbeth when he says, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and fresses out upon the stage and is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing, quote and unquote. This life is not brief, and its impact will be with us for many years to come. It is life that will continue to echo on the stage of life for many years to come. It is not a tale told by an idiot, for it had no sound and fury, but instead has been and will continue to ooze with dignity, meaning, integrity, and focus. It is not simply entertainment on the stage, but quality actions that led to our transforming outcomes. We will forever salute you, Tata, and long for more of those quality actions that lead to more transformation in our time. Taking lessons from Tata Nelson Mandela, I want to tie up with the lessons I draw from the passage of scripture we have read. Jesus tells this story in Matthew chapter 25, and it is a story of 3 slaves. 3 people who are comrades in slavery. And as a follower of Jesus Christ, I love the 3rd one, and I side with the 3rd one. He interests me. He had the guts to look at justice issues at great cost to himself, showed through selflessness and sacrifice. Yes, of course, the first and the second slaves had a different approach to make use of what was available to them. But this story of Tata Nelson Mandela and the story we have read leaves a legacy and rays of hope for many generations to come. In the passage of scripture we have read, Jesus tells the story that a certain master is said to have entrusted a huge amount of money, for the talent in the scripture is money, not the talent as we know in the English language. Left a huge amount of money in the hands of the slaves in order for them to do business for him in his absence. As I said, the three are comrades. They are slaves together. My special comrade, let me take you to his action, the third slave. To start with, he is less resourced than the other two slaves. One is given 5 talents. If I was in America, I would say $5,000. And the other one is given 2, and one is given 1. He acts from a position of disadvantage, but he makes the best use of it. He shows deep understanding of economic paradigms, and he had the courage to speak the truth, and in this instance exposes the unjust system in a brilliant, courageous way, even very dangerous to himself. He acts in a way that gives him a platform to address and expose the unjust system. Did not Rolihlahla Mandela do the same at the Rivonial trial? The third slave acted in a way that is contrary to the conventional way of cooperation with an unjust system. He takes the money, the 1 talent, and as if he was waiting for this moment, when the master gets angry, when the system is angry with him, he takes the platform to make the point, and he responds, I know you, you are a hard man. I know you reap where you did not sow. I know you, I know. And I was afraid. He cushions it in a nice language. I was afraid lest I make a mistake and lose your investment. You would be restless. So he kept it and returned it. Powerful act of civil disobedience. Powerful act of defiance campaign. Powerful act of refusal to cooperate with an unjust system. A deep cry for a just economy based on the principles of Ubuntu. I am because we are. It hit so hard on the system that it exposed the injustice system. And listen to this, the system itself is pushed by a slave to admit, yes, you know that I sow where I have not, I reap where I have not sowed. But it goes on to say, the system declares in verse 29, to everyone who has will be given more, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. The injustice exposed. The truth is revealed. But this brilliant thinker and activist had to pay dearly. What a waste. He was taken away just as Tata Nelson Mandela was taken away for 27 years. And the words of the system say, take this slave and throw him in the darkness and in the gnashing of the teeth. He faced the full wrath, but he refused to be something else. And this is a time when we bid Madiba farewell, to say, oh, for a system that is just, oh, for a system that is based on the principles of Ubuntu, or for a system that does not take away from those who have little, that all God's people may begin to share life in all its fullness. The other two comrades, except for my little gripe with them, my gripe is they cooperated with the system and did not stand with their fellow comrade. They even took his only talent, even watched when he was thrown into darkness, failed to act on the side of justice, abandoned the fellow comrade in slavery. May this be the time when the fellow comrades in slavery may come together and stand side by side as we seek ways of a better system and a better world together. They were not courageous enough to challenge the ruthless system, but instead looked for the best thing to do in the circumstances, use what was available from them. Apart from my gripe, we still learn from these comrades that opportunities must not be allowed to fly by, as long as we do not forget the justice issues. In 1985, Tata Mandela refused to leave the fellow comrades behind and waited for a time where he would not come out alone. He is quoted as have said over and over again, your freedom and mine cannot be separated. It is important to notice that the two are juxtaposed, they are put together side by side to expose the evil system as much as we can, and at the same time make use of the available opportunities as shown in this story. The benefit must be for all and not only the masters. We have to make use of what we have towards a goal of a better life for all. But the master here that Jesus is talking about is God of all grace, God of all life, who will reward all who live justly according to the abundance of his mercies. It further teaches us that the reward extends beyond the term of office. These two wealth managers' term of office had come to an end with the return of the master. But the job well done and the recognition will carry on even beyond the term of office, even to eternity. That is the nature of just actions. They move on even when you leave office. They stay with you. Faithfulness begets celebration that knows no end, whilst those who do not act justly become so scared when the term of office comes to an end. Good leadership has no fear of what will happen, but simply focus on giving self in a manner of Jesus, in the manner of Nelson Mandela, who emptied himself for the sake of creation. May we take that leaf of selflessness from the life of Nelson Mandela and from the life of Jesus. We salute this example which has been laid before us in a culture that seems to be producing more takers than givers. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over little. Enter into the joy of your master. To the people of South Africa, let me quote from the poet, the philosopher and artist of Lebanon, Khalil Gibran, who wrote a timeless piece of work titled The Prophet. In that little booklet, he tells the story of a character named Al-Mustafa, who is said to have waited 12 years for the ship that was to take him back home to the place of his birth from a particular island. In the 12th year of his waiting, he climbed the hill to check if the ship was coming, and he saw it appearing from the mist. The gates of his heart were open, and his joy flew over the sea. But as he descended from the hill, sadness came upon him, and he thought in his heart, I quote, how shall I go in peace and without sorrow? No, not without a wound in the spirit shall I leave the city. There was pain of leaving behind the people he loved dearly. But at the same time, the thought in him was that the eagle takes off and flies across the sky, leaving its nest behind. Let us join the people of that village as we bid our icon farewell. They said as they watched him go, I quote, you have been a moontide in our twilight, and your youth has given us dreams to dream. Let not the waves of the sea separate us now, and the years you have spent in our midst become a memory. Your shadow has been a light upon our faces. Tata Nelson Mandela lived a life that sent rays of hope to those he is leaving behind. May that continue. The best tribute we can pay today is to strive that our lives become both recipients and transmitters of light of hope and vibrations of the life to others. As we bid Tata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela good night, waiting for the morning of the resurrection, the fitting tribute will be that we strive for the fulfillment of his dream. To the family, I want to leave this image with you. Bishop Brent of St. George's Cathedral, Windsor, England, wrote, what is dying? And he says, a ship sails and I stand watching until she fades on the horizon. And someone at my side says, she is gone. Gone where? Gone from my sight, that is all. She is as large as when I saw her. The diminished size and total loss of sight is in me, not in her. She is gone. Just at the moment when someone at my side says she is gone, there are others who are watching her coming, and their voices take up a glad shout, there she comes, and that is dying. Well done, good and faithful servant. We will always cherish the life you shared with the people of this nation. May God bless you all. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Siwa. We now have come to the end of this part of the funeral service. We are now going to hand over to the military to perform their service as they lead us to the graveside. Reverend Mehana will come and announce those clergy who will accompany the hearse to the graveside. There are quite a number of logistical considerations which we've been advised of by the military, and I'd like us to listen very carefully. There are about 4,500 people here, and the gravesite is only configured to take 450 people. The rest of those who will not go will sit here in the marquee and watch the proceedings, which are quite close by. There is an amphitheater that has been built just in front of the grave, which will only be able to accommodate some 400 people, with the family sitting much closer to the grave. So please let us all listen very carefully as to who will be in the number of the 450 who will go to the graveside. And I'm going to read it very carefully and slowly so that everyone can understand. If you do not fall into the category that I will announce, we will request you please to stay seated and watch the proceedings as they go on stage. The family, no doubt, are in the group that will be able to go to the graveside, and there will be amongst them and then there will be the military command and the Minister of Defense and the deputy and pallbearers, as well as the extended family overflow of people who are well identified. Then there will be heads
We are
of
listening
state
to the
will be
end
able to
of the funeral
accompany our
for
President
Nelson Mandela in the village of
Zuma
Kunu in
to
the
the
Eastern Cape
graveside,
province of South Africa, a village
First
where
Lady,
he
and then
grew
there will
up,
be
a village
the
where he
former heads
herded
of
sheep,
state
a village
will
where he
also be
went to
able
school, and we
go
have
to the
heard
graveside. Traditional
tributes from
There's been a
world
commission
leaders,
that
and perhaps the ones
they
that
know
stood out for me
themselves
were
about
from
50
family
will be
members.
able
His
to go,
granddaughter, Nandi,
then,
spoke very
course,
eloquently
there's the
about the family. Joining me here in studio and walking us through the ceremony has been Tselani Mokoena. She is the Consul General to South Africa, for South Africa in Canada. And let me ask you your thoughts. We've heard the tributes from so many people here at this funeral. 4,500 people in attendance on the farm of Nelson Mandela, of the Mandela family. What stands out for you, Tselane?
Everybody that spoke said to us to stay together as a nation, to continue the legacy of Mandela, to continue to love each other, and be selfless in the true principles that Mandela epitomized.
We heard from the chief as well of the Tembu clan, and he mentioned the importance of burying Nelson Mandela at a specific time, and that would be high noon, which is why they're trying to get through the list of dignitaries who will go to that gravesite for that traditional ceremony. To happen at high noon, why?
Actually, I don't quite know. It must be in the Xhosa tradition. What I notice when we go to our funerals is that we start very early, and probably there's a reason behind, and it could be associated with the high noon, because we all bury most of the time before 12. I've never really had to question that, and now I'm understanding that because he's a man of his stature, it has to be before high noon, while the sun is at its highest. And
the
before
shadows are at their shortest.
Yeah.
So because of the background of Nelson Mandela, his royalty, his right, his responsibility as a leader, that will be when he needs to be buried. Now, among the VIPs who are in attendance here, Prince Charles from the United Kingdom, Prince Albert from Monaco, Reverend who I danced with, the Reverend Jesse Jackson from the United States, a civil rights activist in his own right, even celebrity personalities, Oprah Winfrey, Idris Elba, who plays Mandela in the movie Long Walk to Freedom that's out now. What does that tell you, this list of dignitaries?
Mandela was a colorful man. He was a man that had associations across the board. He operated at a statesman level, and he also operated at celebrity level. I mean, you know who came to view the body at the Union Buildings. People like Naomi Campbell were there. I mean,
Charlize Theron.
Yes. There's Forrest Whitaker too at the funeral today. So you can see that he was a man that operated at all levels, including at the lowest level of children. So he was a man that could associate across any spectrum or class or stature without being shy about it.
Speaking of children, not only did we see in the front his wife, Graça Machel, who he leaves behind, his second wife also there, Winnie Mandela, but we saw his 3 daughters. He leaves behind 18 grandchildren. He leaves behind 12 great-grandchildren. And we heard from one of that Mandela family, Nandi Mandela. She, for me, gave that side of Nelson Mandela that perhaps, we don't see. We see the leader, the statesman, etc. But she talked about stories being told around the dinner table of when he was younger. Did that strike you strike a chord with you as well.
Yes, it did, because that's what you'd expect of a grandfather, grandparent in a home. I also have a grandson, and I try to practice same. So, I mean, I don't regard myself anywhere close to Madiba, but it is a tradition in our culture to make stories for younger ones by grandparents. But however, you'd not even expect President Mandela, because you'd think he would be preoccupied with other bigger things of this world and of the nation, but he took time to tell stories to his children and grandchildren.
And he missed 27 years with his family.
Remarkable.
While he was in prison. Things are just wrapping up here at the tent, and you can see one of the MCs who's been leading us through this in the chief executive and the chair of the ANC. Behind her, you can see the candles flickering. 95 candles lit in that tent, that auditorium that was built specifically for this, to reflect the 95 years of his life. And now, after 10 days of mourning, this is the final day. This is the goodbye.
He has lived a full life. 95, rich. Yes.
The audience members in the green shirt, though, in the green shirts, those are women.
Those are members of the Women's League, ANC Women's League in green and black.
At this point, we are going to hopefully have a chance to see what's happening outside, because there were viewing monitors, if you will, huge screens set up. Obviously, not everybody could get into this funeral because, as I mentioned, 4,500 guests were in attendance there. But there were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who would have wanted to be at this funeral service in Kunu. Instead, they are watching it on monitors outside. And when the casket is moved and when the family moves to the gravesite, which is a mere few hundred meters away from where this funeral service is being held, we'll hopefully see the throngs of people at those viewing sites that have been set up. I'm just going to take a moment, see what's happening here. I've got Tselani with me in studio to walk us through any of the traditional cultural happenings, and I believe this is the military ceremony now.
Yep.
Commander-in-Chief, permission to observe the military protocols. Thank you. As we continue to give our late Commander-in-Chief, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, the following protocols will be observed. Paul Beras, Major General Tlachuayo, Major General Mabuza, Major General Mbambo, Major General Sigudu, Rear Admiral Hlongwane, Rear Admiral Mabuza, Major General Ford, Major General Smith. Bearers, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Gogo, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Lobshe, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Shabalala, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Moodley, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Narain, Senior Chief Warrant Officer Roos, Chief Warrant Officer Halgreen, Chief Warrant Officer Mbezi, Master Chief Warrant Officer Khaladi, who is the warrant officer in charge of the bearers. We also respectfully ask the Chief Military Mourners to take the position as we respectfully remain seated when the military is giving its honors to our late Commander-in-Chief.
This will be the last viewing of that casket containing the remains of Nelson Mandela for more than 4,000 people at this funeral in Kunu. Now it will be time for family to mourn the Mandela children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. The wife he leaves behind, Graça Machel, his second wife, Winnie Mandela. There will be 450 people who gather at a grave site that is a Mandela private, if you will, family grave site, and they will say their goodbyes there. At this funeral service at the tent on the family farm in Kunu, a village in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, these people are saying goodbye right now as the pallbearers carry that casket out, heading to the gravesite. Following behind is Graça Machel, Winnie Mandela, family members, children, daughters, 3 daughters that he has, the 18 grandchildren that he leaves behind, and the 12 great-grandchildren, all filing out in a procession behind the casket, behind the pallbearers, to that private family burial.
They are saying our hearts.
There has been so much incredible music at this funeral service, and there again the opera singer saying, our hearts are sore until we meet again. And these mourners who are at the funeral service in Kunu will say goodbye as that casket goes through the tents outside to the gravesite at a mere few hundred meters away, where family will gather. There's an amphitheater that actually has been built at that gravesite. It only seats 450 people. In the tent we see 4,500, so you can imagine that they'll have to wait inside that tent while the family and close friends go to that gravesite for the final burial. And this will be a very traditional ceremony. We've seen the state funeral, the military pomp and circumstance, if you will, the leaders, world leaders speaking. At the burial site, the chief of the Tembu clan will perform the traditional rites as they reintroduce or introduce Mandela back to his ancestors, if you will. Outside there were viewing areas set up for those who couldn't get into the funeral in Kunu itself. In fact, media were kept outside. There were no cars allowed in there, no vehicles. But this was all for security. 1,100 security personnel involved in that because, as I mentioned, there are world leaders, including Prince Charles, including the Prince of Monaco, etc. Outside as well, Adrian Arsenault, who has been covering this story in South Africa, joins me. Adrian, there's a bit of a delay, I should warn you, on this audio as well. Can you describe for me what it was like outside of that massive tent on the Mandela farm in Kunu?
Absolutely. It's a scene, Suhana, that's been changing every few hours here. In some ways, it's getting more remarkable as time goes on. So if you can imagine, we're on a crest of a hill overlooking the tent and the private marquee for the burial ground. There are several hundred people here from the village. There's also a large group of Zulus who've come from gather on the crest of the hill here, just sort of watching, and they can't quite see the procession yet, but they've been waving. They've been listening. They've been talking to each other. Many are all completely dressed up. We ventured a little deeper into Kunu because we know that not all people from Kunu could make it up to this hill. There are some elderly people here who aren't very mobile. We went into some homes where people are watching on televisions that really don't have a great signal, and it's all staticky and they can barely see it, but it's turned up loud, and they're gathering around just so that they can, strain to get every second of it, because they know that the world has come to Kunu, that they've always had Mandela, and that this has always been, their son that Kunu effectively gave to the world. And so, whether it's the shepherds who are standing on the hill here or the people in their homes, it's been quite calm, quite gentle, and they just can't take their eyes off that tent.
I wonder if they were hearing the rousing songs that were sung during the apartheid era, the songs of activism, also the Nkosi Sikeleli, the South African anthem, which came into being in '94. I'm wondering if there was a burst of song to join in some of that.
Oh, listen, Suhana, not only can you hear it, but the wind carries it through the valleys here in Kunu. It sort of swirls around you, that sound. It has been, in part because there are speakers everywhere, but also, as you say, because people have been joining in and singing. And it's not always loud. I mean, in some of the homes we were at, people were quietly to themselves singing as well. So very much connected to this. And to a person, people are saying, this is better. This feels right. This feels closer to what they had hoped for him than what happened earlier in this week. And there's an understanding. It's only because everybody wanted some affiliation with Mandela. Of course, the heads of state had to be at the public memorial. Of course, it had to be a political event. But in some ways here, they feel that they can take a deep breath, one man said, because this feels closer to Kunu, closer to him, closer to them. And they really are soaking in this moment. We went to meet some women who are at a school who are all crouched over big iron pots, and they're cooking as fast and as well as they can to accommodate the members of the community who are going to wander over after and just sit and eat together.
We're looking at some live footage right now, Adrian. I don't know if you've got a monitor out there, but members of the Tembu clan with the leopard skin worn over one shoulder. And we noticed the casket inside the marquee, the big white tent, was laid on a carpet, if you will, of cattle skins. And I have Tselani Mukwena here, who can tell me, and she's in studio, Adrian, the reason for having the casket on those cow hides.
So traditionally, we used to slaughter, and we still do slaughter, but traditionally we'd slaughter a cow and then wrap the body with a skin and bury the body and not use. Caskets are just an invention that has come in the last couple of years. I mean, we've been using them a while now. but our ancestors used to be buried in cow skin. I think the significance of the cow skin now at this funeral is exactly that we could not bury Madiba in a cow skin. However, it had to be laid underneath the casket symbolically to make things look like one with the way the ancestors used to do things, right? He's being buried in a way that is not too far from tradition. I think that would be the significance of the cow skin under the casket.
Yes, and it was beautifully laid out. The casket itself was covered in the South African flag, the Rainbow Nation flag, and the pallbearers, Adrian, carried it out of the marquee going to the gravesite. Now, only family members are going to, and close friends, those who are invited, 450 guests in that amphitheater at the gravesite. So those who are waiting outside at the viewing stations, Adrian, are they sticking around to watch footage as the family travels to that gravesite?
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. I'm watching people be torn from looking at the screen and then sort of rushing to the edge of the hill, the crest of the hill, to look at the tents, and then back to the screen and back again. It's, it's that effort to soak everything in at once, and it's never quite possible. So they're not leaving, that's for sure. They're not going home. And the Zulu who came from Umtata has proven very popular here at the moment. There are people taking their pictures with them. It's really, I know this may sound odd, but there's a lightness in the air right now here. I think because a lot of people have said that they really wanted this to feel right today. And one man said, I know that we've been saying that the rain is a blessing. I know that and I believe it, but how nice that just for today the sun came out and this could happen, on this beautiful day with the soft wind. So, people sort of seek signs and find them everywhere they turn here right now.
And we remember the rain at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg, and that didn't stop people from coming out to that service as well, and world leaders were speaking there. What we heard here were other world leaders from the continent of Africa itself, from Tanzania, from Malawi, but we also heard from family members and some stories of Nelson Mandela that perhaps we would not have heard otherwise, of him, joking with his grandchildren, of sitting around the table talking of days when he was younger and courting a woman. So interesting, an interesting perspective from a granddaughter. One of the other things that we noticed inside the marquee, and I don't know if this is the same outside where you are, Adrian, is many of the those who came to pay respects to Nelson Mandela were wearing blankets on their shoulders. The women with the pin in the front, the men with the blankets sort of off to the side. That is another traditional show of respect to wear at a funeral. Is that also something you're seeing outside at the viewing stations?
It is true. I mean, you do see that to a degree. There's such a mix of people here, though. You see people who are in black from mourning in their culture. You see people who are very proudly wearing their ANC colors. You see people looking more traditional. You see tourists here. I met a man and his wife who live in Scotland now, who used to be a political journalist who traveled overseas with Mandela and used to walk with him at 5 o'clock in the morning. And he has just come from his mother's funeral, and they drove across the country largely to get here, to be here for this one. So, I mean, there's no one look to the people here, and that is, that's Mandela. That is exactly what he probably would have loved to have seen. And what is great about this, Suhana, is on the edge of this cliff, there are all these very smooth rocks. And when Mandela was a boy, he used to play on these rocks, they called them the sliding rocks. So after he'd finished herding the goats, he and his little buddies would slide down these rocks. They're very, very smooth. They're so smooth, in fact, that on the place that it's believed he wrote about in particular, there's one continuous, smooth, glinting path. And there are kids right now crawling all over it and playing on it. And it just so fits into the narrative of the story of what he wrote about this place and what he loved about it. Probably, I mean, who knows, but probably he would have loved to have seen these little ones tearing down those rocks.
Adrian, I want to thank you for your coverage outside. I know you will continue to provide us with stories in CBC News Network throughout the day as the mourning continues and the celebration, the remembrance continues as well. Thank you. That's Adrian Arsenault outside of the village of Kunu. Here in studio, I want to thank Tselane Mokoena. Thank you for your joining us and giving us an inside look at some of the traditions and the meanings. As you wear this blanket, traditional to a funeral, and as you feel this final goodbye, what are your thoughts?
He is one with the soil. He's been bidden farewell by his people. The tributes that came through for us, the people of South Africa and the world, are tributes that we'll forever cherish and tributes that will keep us going, taking over from where Mandela left off. We feel strong.
I want to thank you, Tselane Mokoena, here in studio. The last line of Long Walk to Freedom says, "I dare not linger, for my long walk has not yet ended. It has ended for Nelson Mandela."